Per cortesia, vi potete sedere perché stiamo per iniziare con una cerimonia molto particolare. È importante che tutti siano seduti. Sit down, please. Aspetta che devo fare.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the city of Rome and the region of Lazio, their delegates, welcome to the first ever European Fair Play movement, Fair Play for the ceremony of peace. First, let's welcome il gruppo storico della città di Giove in Regione Lazio for the welcome. Grazie, thank you very much. I have now the honor and the pleasure to invite Mrs. Svetlana Celli, President dell'Assemblea Capitolina, to take the floor. Mrs. Celli.
Buongiorno a tutti. C'è qualcuno che può tradurre? Good morning. Rivolgo un saluto a tutti i presenti e permettetemi di ringraziare il gruppo storico della città di Giove per questo bellissimo momento di intrattenimento. E rivolgo i saluti dell'Assemblea Capitolina che ho l'onore di guidare e di presiedere.
Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be welcomed by the historical group of Giove, and I'm here as the president of the Assemblea, and I convey my saluti, greetings, thank you, to all the delegates this morning.
Siete ospitati in una tra le più belle sale del Campidoglio, la sala della Protomoteca, ed è per noi un onore ospitare i rappresentanti dei 42 paesi aderenti al movimento Ore.Fair Play.
It's an honor to welcome the delegates of the 42 countries members of EFPM in one of the nicest rooms of this building and of Rome.
Siete arrivati a Roma per partecipare a un evento di alto valore dal profondo motivo ed essenza non solo sportiva ma soprattutto sociale.
You are in Rome to celebrate and to take part to a ceremony that has a very high value, not only for sport but a social and a very meaningful value.
Con la vostra iniziativa celebrate e mettete al centro i valori più sani dello sport, all'insegna dell'amicizia, della lealtà e soprattutto del rispetto reciproco. E in questo momento soprattutto ne abbiamo veramente bisogno.
With this ceremony you are celebrating the core values of sport, of friendship, loyalty, and those values are especially needed in this period.
Oggi il nostro pianeta sta vivendo una fase molto complessa. È dovere di tutti, dalle istituzioni alle associazioni, lavorare per superare qualsiasi barriera, per superare i confini e soprattutto gli ostacoli tra le persone.
Our planet and our world is living very particular tense period made of conflict, and it's our duty to all of us, from the public authorities and all the organizations, to go over and beyond these conflicts in order to make the friendship and the relation between the people and the nation closer.
Lo sport è uno dei mezzi migliori per avvicinare popoli, culture diverse, sotto una sola bandiera, che è quella della pace e dell'uguaglianza.
Sport is a wonderful tool in order to bring people closer in friendship and moreover to convey the message of peace amongst nations.
A pochi passi da qui ci sono i musei capitolini e in particolare la sala degli Orazio Curiazzi, dove nel 1957 fu sottoscritto il Trattato di Roma, che diede inizio alla grande esperienza dell'Europa unita.
A few steps from this room, there is the room where in 1957 the Treaty of Rome, constituting the European Union and Commission, was signed, which is a strong message of peace.
Oggi è compito di ognuno di noi impegnarci attivamente, con forza, per costruire una società migliore, dove inclusione, integrazione siano le parole chiave in ogni campo, a partire da quello sportivo.
It's our duty to all of us to work strongly for improving, installing inclusion and integration in our societies.
Quindi è per noi un onore ancora maggiore come città, come Roma capitale aperta e accogliente, che sia appunto sede di questa iniziativa. Un ringraziamento in particolare al Comitato Nazionale Italiano del Fair Play, al dottor Alcanterini e a tutta l'organizzazione del Fair Play internazionale. Roma capitale è al vostro fianco.
La ville de Rome capitale est à vos côtés. La città Roma is next to you and next to the movement of fair play for these very important initiatives in this open city that is looking for the future and for the peace in the world. So we are very honored as Città di Roma to welcome you here for this very important initiative. Thank you to all of you.
Complimenti a tutti. Buona giornata.
I will now pass the floor to the President of the European Fair Play Movement, Mr. Philippe Ouziou.
Madam President of the Municipality Council of the City of Rome, dear Mrs. Celli, representative of the City of Rome and the Lazio region, thank you for joining us today. Dear friends of the great family of sport and of the European movement in particular. What more place could we imagine to celebrate sport, fair play, and Europe than the Campidoglio, where we are gathered and where, like it was remembered, on March 25th, 1957, the Treaty of Rome creating the European Economic Community was signed. 2 years later, the Council of Europe was established in London. In this Europe, which is still in the process of creation and in constant search of harmony, in a period of great significance for the citizens of the world, and unfortunately, in war, speaking of Europe. The world of sport, and each sport in particular, may seem superfluous or even incongruous. However, we have the audacity, I say the audacity, to say loud and clear that the world sports community, the largest organized community in the world, has a crucial role to play in the quest of peace. By combining all the values contained in the notion of fair play, in example, respect for the opponent and the rules, camaraderie, fraternity, and above all, inclusion, the world of sport contributes to peace between men and women all over the world. Let us all commit ourselves in our respective worlds to give peace a wonderful chance. Modestly, we have begun this journey by creating the World Fair Play Day every 7th of September, a first step. May we have a look on the video. Oui. Normally, it will happen before 7th of September.
Le fair play, c'est tous les jours.
Fair play is a daily matter.
Il fair play è tutti i giorni.
Har roz fair play.
Mchezo wa haki ni kila siku.
Fair play her gün içindir.
公平竞争每一天.
الروح الرياضية كل يوم.
निष्पक्ष खेल हर दिन के लिए होना चाहिए.
Fair play është çdo ditë.
El juego limpio es todos los días.
நியாயமான விளையாட்டு இது ஒவ்வொரு நாளும்.
Fair play gilt jeden Tag.
Το fair play είναι στην καθημερινότητα.
Ο fair play est para todos.
And now, please call. Tu reprends le...
I have now the pleasure to ask Mr. Roberto Tavani, the delegate of sport for the Lazio region, to address you.
Buongiorno a tutti, buongiorno a tutte. Good morning, everybody. I just want to speak a few words in English, just to give you the best welcome on behalf of Mr. Nicola Zingaretti, which is the president of Lazio region, the region of Rome. I'm so happy to be here. I hope you are enjoying beautiful stay in Rome. I hope you could have also the possibility to visit some of the beautiful places which are around Rome in the Lazio region. And I'm very happy to be here in this important moment, in this important celebration moment. I want to thank for the organization, the European Fair Play Movement, and the President, Mr. Alcantarini, and everybody of you coming here. I just want to say that we are here together because we share the same values. We work to build a better world in the name of peace, tolerance, fair play, cooperation. These are our values. And these are the values that inspired people which created the European Union, signing the treaties in this same hall. And I think in a certain way that we also are writing a new history in the sport issues, and I hope that all together we can achieve the change every one of us want. Passo all'italiano, grazie. Veramente sono molto onorato di essere qui e appunto di poter far parte di questo pacchetto di mischia, che io credo sia un pacchetto di mischia che soprattutto cerca di portare avanti i temi della cultura sportiva, temi di cui abbiamo tremendamente bisogno in questo momento storico, perché lo sport troppo spesso è un concetto residuale per molti, e invece, come ci insegna l'associazione Fair Play, noi possiamo portare i concetti dello sport in un ambito ben più vasto e ben più importante, e quindi è importante che si cerchi di affermare i valori del fair play a tutti i livelli, e in questo davvero il lavoro dell'associazione Fair Play e del presidente Alcantarini è davvero un lavoro per noi preziosissimo. Peraltro l'associazione si avvicina ai 30 anni di vita, veramente un traguardo importantissimo, e io credo che, come dire, nei prossimi anni che ci restano davanti, appunto fino ad arrivare a questa grande celebrazione, riusciremo tutti insieme a dare il senso di come dallo sport si possa stare dalla parte buona della vita e si possa davvero, nel nostro piccolo, con le nostre buone pratiche, cambiare il mondo. Grazie.
I will now give the floor to the President of the Fair Play Committee of Italy, Ruggero Alcantarini.
Thank you very much. Also, because I am not much high, so thank you very much. Thank you. I say in this period, we have need of the use of the joy. And today, I take joy. I take a special atmosphere, emotion. When I look at you here, I remember that in 2012, we stay in Verona, but really, before the candidature was for Roma, change and was Verona. 10 years after, we are here in this magic hall. Magic because you stay in the center, but around you have the story, not only with a beautiful, fantastic group of Giove, but you have Dante Alighieri is down, is back. Dante Alighieri, Petrarca, Ariosto, the top of culture of Italy, and not only of Italy, the culture of Europe. So when I sit here with you, with our president, Philippe, I must say, is a special person. Have a good sensibility, and when we speak of one idea to arrange one appointment in Roma, not on many years ago, no, only 3 months ago, him say me, you must consider that in 1957, Schuman signed the Trattato of Roma, and we must come back there. Because this special symbolic occasion for us is top. We celebrate here the transition, ethical transition of our people, of Europe, because we have the environment problems of digital, but the ethical is the first. And we are the special group to work on this. After my speech, arrive the person, this make a special speech on the different question, and so we will have the concrete idea of what means our rule. When our friend Celli and Tavani say that we develop this in the civil society, is absolutely right. We must think that we come back to the origin of fair play, because William Shakespeare not was sportsman. William Shakespeare was a very fantastic big person of culture of the international world, but Europe culture. So we come back to the idea of William, of loyalty, the respect of all, of the rules, of the persons, of hymns. Respect is important. So I conclude here that I am grateful for your presence here. I am very happy. For me, today is a very joy today. Thank you very much.
I'm inviting now the representative of the Council of Europe, particularly the Enlarged Partial Agreement on Sport of Secretariat, to take the floor, Mrs. Cassandra McTavish. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Cole. So I'm here on behalf of the Enlarged Partial Agreement on Sport, which is a key instrument of the Council of Europe. And the Council of Europe supports the three key pillars of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. So we're delighted to be here at the FPM Congress. We share so many similar values and so many similar challenges ahead of us, which are endless, but in particular, the fight for fair play, for inclusion, and for sport for all, which are very important elements of our European Sports Charter, the key pillar of the Council of Europe Sports. I look forward to sharing more with you later this morning during my speech.
Thank you, Mrs. McTavish. After the Council of Europe, it's our pleasure also to give the floor to the President of the European Association of the International Sport Press, l'AIPS Europe, Mr. Charles Camezzulli.
Good morning to everyone. At least today I've got the opportunity not to talk to about 100 media colleagues where we have to discuss all our media problems, but our main topic remains fair play. When we talk about fair play, as regards the media, I think that we have a duty and responsibility how to transmit this matter to the people outside the rooms or the halls where we discuss the matter. And nowadays, as sport media, I can assure you that we don't close our eyes on the situation. We have been living in these last years all of us in various situations. First we had the COVID, now unfortunately we have the war of Russia on Ukraine, and all our support remains that the element of fair play in all aspects remains. When exactly a month ago today I was re-elected as president of the AIPS Sport Media for Europe, I have set, as all presidents do, their program for the next 4 years, and for the next 4 years, as European Sport Media, we are going to always, in our projects, to use a word, and we chose the word smile, because at times the bad news take over in all the media. What are the good news around? So even if we transmit some negative news, the last sentence has to be with a smile. And another thing, because all the colleagues before, they had talked about inclusion, integration, tolerance. All these three matters will be dealt in a different aspect, so that the people outside will understand what is their real meaning. And when earlier we saw that video of the World Fair Play Day, as from 2023, I can inform President Josio that as AIPS Europe Media, we will be forwarding a project on the same day, and we are going to call it Media for Fair Play. So on that day, the media will be also covering the whole aspect. Good luck to all.
Thank you, President Camezzulli. President Camezzulli was re-elected president last week in Rome. We move on maybe with another video, Massimo? No? Okay, allora we move on with the program and with the three keynote speakers that we have this morning. We thank everyone for taking the floor this morning for the welcome words. The first person to speak as a keynote speech this morning will be...
Fair play is alle dagen.
Questions?
Sport can play a role. Sport is in some way following the trends in a society, but at the same time sport can lead a society, bring society one step further. So sport is not only competition, sport is enthusiasm, sport is something that you do with others. You don't sport alone, you do it in group with others. So you learn a lot, learning by doing. Sport is a verb, solidarity is a verb. And so sport can really contribute to a better society with more solidarity and more social cohesion.
We are very proud that the local initiative became worldwide and that we have so many people joining us. Well, we hope that in the future it's a day where a lot of actions will take place about fair play. And it's not just a gentle reminder that we need to think about it and say, okay, it's a thing that we have to put on our to-do list. We really want to see actions all over the world where fair play is promoted.
We are talking the same language. We are talking about the same values.
Sport is in fact life, and if you want to achieve something in sport, you want to achieve something for yourself, but you have to do it often against or with somebody else. And it is a good synthesis of what life is. Fair play is not only important in sport, but also for the society as a whole. It's also a signal to Brussels public opinion and the youngsters in particular.
This day, this very special day, is important for us to celebrate values with sport activity. And Brussels is so proud to be that city.
Important is to show what really fair play is. And this is the most important point of this organization we had today. Fair Play Day is recalling what it is important and showing what is important.
Esprit fondamental de sport Le sport fondamental pour la vie, et la santé, etc. Et l'éthique, toute la vie, pas seulement dans le sport. La vie civile existe.
Thank you for the associations behind the World Fair Play Day for the great initiative.
Fair play is alle dagen.
Le fair play, c'est tous les jours.
Fair play is a daily matter.
Il fair play è tutti i giorni.
Fair play.
Mchezo wa haki ni kila siku.
Fair play her gün içindir.
公平竞争每一天
الروح الرياضية كل يوم.
निष्पक्ष खेल हर दिन के लिए होना चाहिए.
Fair play është çdo ditë.
El juego limpio es todos los días.
நியாயமான விளையாட்டு இது ஒவ்வொரு நாளும். Fair play gilt jeden Tag.
Το fair play είναι στην καθημερινότητα.
O fair play é para todos.
Thank you very much. As announced before the video, we will now pass to the first keynote speaker of the morning, Mr. Orazio Parisotto, the president of Unipax, former athlete in track and field. Welcome. You have your presentation there? La presentazione è fatta.
Presidente Filippo Ojo, Presidente Ruggero Cantarini, ladies and gentlemen. Today's man needs more than ever to systematically dedicate time to himself, to his body, to his mind, to his spirit, to defend himself from the stress of modern life, to be in harmony with nature, and make his life longer, healthier, and happier. In our countries, many adults and almost all young people engage in programs which, if carried out in compliance with the principle of fair play, promote, in addition to health, the acquisition of fundamental ethical values for civil coexistence. On this occasion, I know that I am addressing people who dedicate their lives to the promotion of sporting activities at various levels, in compliance with fair play, and therefore I do not want to dwell on the basic concept of the subject. Rather, I intend to dwell on the crisis that our society is experiencing. It is certainly a global crisis. In fact, it is at the same time a cultural, social, political, ecological, economic, financial, and strategic military crisis. It is located in the midst of a great transition between a dying industrial civilization and a new reality. Analyzing it, we realize that the common denominator of these manifestations of crisis is a serious lack of ethics. It is, in fact, an era characterized by so much violence that is manifested, above all, through the numerous wars in progress in what Pope Francis called Third World War in pieces. Violence and the war are the negation of every ethical principle. They are the absolute evil, but also serious are the planetary emergencies that afflict humanity, that urgently need to be addressed. Emergencies that are the result of unfair, deceptive, predatory, aggressive, and often violent behavior, therefore devoid of any ethics. For example, toward nature, with an emergency that is leading to the very serious environmental climate crisis that we know, and then the economic and financial emergency for lack of respect for ethical principles in economics and finance, with an elite of insatiable, super rich, and a million people in extreme poverty and the children dying of hunger. And again, we have the emergency given by the continuous, crazy, and very expensive arms race in the name of deterrence. And then that of the control of communication in the hands of a few private individuals with boundless power, while freedom and privacy are increasingly compromised. Not to dwell on it, I would like to remind you that humanity must also face dozens of other emergencies and are worsening from year to year. Examined one by one, all these emergencies are the result of serious neglect of fundamental rights and duties, of the lack of respect for ethics sector by sector. And it is here that we must be aware of the fundamental importance of a socio-cultural, educational, and training role that we assume in this modern society, with our message, with our commitment to fair play, whose simple, clear rule summarized and condenses the contents of fundamental rights and duties. Furthermore, there are universally accepted rules in the colorful world of sport, rule whose validity is respected in all cultures, in every corner of the planet, wherever it is believed that sport is training ground for life and honest social participation. There are rules that, if valued, if respected from an early age, support not only a correct way of behaving in the sports field, but become a way of thinking and being that enriches society as a whole and nourishes civil coexistence. At this point, a fundamental step, the importance of those simple rules of fair play for sport to become fundamental elements for everyday life, for civil coexistence, and become fair play for life. But pay attention. Here I come to a news and a proposal. that I hope will be really interesting for all of us and also for the numerous journalists present. The news. It is at an advanced stage the realization of a project that, with pride, starts from Europe, from Italy, for the construction of the common house of peacekeepers. It is a non-partisan, non-denominational initiative and free from any partisan interest or interest of system. It is called United Pieces, the World Community for the New Humanism. Massimiliano, se mi manda il banner, grazie. It's called United Pieces, the World Community for a New Humanism. The site also speaks English. Membership is free. It aims to promote coordination at an international level. First of all, of the 800 million people of all continents already committed to the promotion of fundamental rights, to which the millions of citizens active in the various expressions of civil society. To promote also coordination with the productive world and the consumer citizens who no longer want to be victims of the powerful economic and financial elite and their speculative activity. And then to the millions of young people who, on all continents, have mobilized for the protection of the planet. Due to the lack of collaboration, all these subjects have no far failed to have a say on the great problems that afflict humanity. But all together, with the world community, they will finally be able to be heard. They must be heard. The late President of the European Parliament, David Sassoli, expressed himself as follows regarding this initiative. I find it very interesting, the idea of creating a community of peacekeepers in order to encourage both reflection on a more conceptual level and more concretely coordination and cooperation at the international level. And now the proposal. The proposal is just to recognize the validity of the rule of fair play and propose to abide by them in order to join the world community of United Pieces. It is in fact a matter of simple and universally recognized rules that, as we have said, when enter in everyday life, promote civil coexistence. And it is civil coexistence that is the basic element for the construction of internal and international peace. Through a multilingual platform, all together united by the ethical rules of fair play, we will be able to build a large new army of peace, prepared through a natural progression from fair play for sport to fair play for life to fair play for peace. Today's could be the first of a series of fair play for peace initiatives within the large family world community of United Pieces, where everyone can make their own contribution while maintaining their freedom, independence, specificity, and better achieve its mission. What more can we say? The greatest victory for mankind is to eliminate wars from this planet and to make civil coexistence and peace win. Together, we can be the actors of this dream, but only together. We just have to commit ourselves, each in his own level, with seriousness and constancy. And let's not forget that he who plays fair is always the winner. Thank you. Grazie.
Grazie Presidente Parisotto. It is my pleasure now to ask a sociologist, a professor, but also very linked with the National Committee of Fair Play, fully involved, Mr. Rino Testa, to take the floor.
Buongiorno, vorrei chiamare Gloria con un applauso, che è la mia lingua inglese. Una Gloria e una me. Grazie. Bene? No, sì. E noi parleremo dello sport e come lo sport può aiutare la pace.
We talk about sport and how sport can help peace.
Attraverso lo sport e attraverso il gioco noi aiutiamo la pace.
With sport and game we help peace.
Lo sport è un luogo dove si allenano i valori.
We can try values with sport.
E noi non ci accontentiamo dei soliti obiettivi, ecco perché siamo qui.
And we always look for best objective.
Il nostro fair play. Se lo sport potesse parlare,
if sport can talk,
direbbe tutti mi conoscono per quello che si vede.
Always know me for what we can see.
Ma è la parte invisibile la più affascinante.
But my part invisible is the most beautiful.
Lo sport, come dicevano prima i rappresentanti anche, e mi fa piacere, della nostra politica di Roma e del Lazio e il Presidente, passare dalla cultura della selezione alla cultura dell'inclusione sociale.
We can pass from the culture of selection to the culture of inclusion.
In modo che, cari politici, i ragazzi, le ragazze abbiano il diritto di essere protagonisti senza l'obbligo di essere campioni.
The guy can be star without the need to be champion.
Champion, perfetto. Vada avanti lei allora, per favore. Un po' per volta. Abbiamo coraggio. Bene. Alla stessa disabilità nello sport non è un mondo a parte, ma è una parte del mondo sportivo.
Disability is a part of sport.
Vada. Bene. Quindi nel cuore dell'Europa noi educhiamo alla pace con lo sport.
In the heart of Europe, we help peace with sport.
Perché lo sport è vita, lo sport è cultura.
Because this sport is life and sport is culture.
Ma guardiamo un po' cosa succede in Europa per quanto riguarda lo sport. Vai. Ecco, qual è la percentuale di spesa pubblica? Lo leggono, lo possono leggere? Gloria, diglielo. Lo leggete?
You can see.
Ecco, fai un clic così vediamo dov'è l'Italia, disgraziatamente. Ecco, questo è l'investimento che noi facciamo per la cultura e per l'educazione. Lo sport è lì dentro. Noi disgraziatamente c'è l'Islanda, l'Estonia, il Lettonia, il Lussemburgo, c'è un elenco enorme. Il salto di qualità è questo. Vai. Se noi facciamo una presentazione delle nazioni dove è maggiore l'investimento, lo vedete? Io lo possono vederlo, è scritto in inglese.
You can see the percentage of public expenditure on culture and
e
education.
Sovrapponiamo, mettiamo sopra questa diapositiva, vai, l'altra sulla percezione della corruzione, e la guerra è una di queste, stranamente coincidono. Lì dove c'è un grande investimento di cultura e di sport, aumenta la qualità della vita. Gli hai detto? Aumenta la qualità della vita con cultura e sport.
Where there are a big investment of sport, there are also big life, quality of life.
Quindi se noi vogliamo fare in modo che attraverso il fair play arrivi la pace, provate a scaricare una nuova app.
You can try to download a new app.
Si chiama Rispetto.
That is called Respect.
E funziona senza wifi.
And this function without
Che
wifi.
cosa bisogna mettere insieme? Si sta collegando che cosa? Vai. Cuore e cervello. Questa è la nostra app per la pace e per il rispetto. Vai. Perché il gioco, lo sport ha una funzione educativa.
Sport have education function.
Ha una funzione sociale. Vai.
Social.
Ha una funzione culturale.
And culture.
Vai. Ha una funzione di gioco. Ludica, gioco.
Sport can also be game.
E ha una funzione anche sanitaria.
And sanitary.
Bene. Ma la parola magica,
But magic word
è trasferibilità. La trasferibilità, quello che noi facciamo durante lo sport lo portiamo nella vita.
What we do with sport, we can also do the same in the life.
Che cos'è questa trasferibilità nella vita? Vai. La capacità, vai, di mantenere la calma. La capacità di gestire le emozioni, sia se sono gatto, sia se sono cane. Ma è la capacità di gestire le emozioni, la capacità di calcolare il rischio, la capacità di aiutare chi è in difficoltà. Questo è sport. Ancora trasferibilità, ragionare e riflettere, vai. Fare squadra, autocontrollo. Sono qualità che dallo sport alla vita.
From sport to life.
Bene. La tolleranza, la rabbia, la violenza, l'incontro con gli altri, il senso di sé, la trasferibilità, i valori dello sport nella vita. Dallo sport alla vita.
From sport to life.
Perché lo sport è preparazione. Vai. Lo sport è armonia, lo sport è competizione, lo sport è abilità, lo sport è solidarietà, lo sport è divertimento, lo sport è esultanza, lo sport è gioia. Lo sport è amicizia, lo sport è salute. E allora, sì, vai. Se lo sport è tutte queste cose, abilità, armonia, preparazione, gioco, sogni, divertimento, amicizia, il nostro no forte, no al doping, no alla violenza. Lo sport, cari signori politici, è questo. Ma che cosa possiamo fare noi per la pace?
But what we can do for peace?
Finisco con questo video. Presidente, dammi il testimone. No, devi andare dietro. Grazie. È il video che devi fare. Grazie. Vai. Ecco. Pace e sport.
Peace through sport. Pass it on.
E questo è il messaggio che noi viviamo.
This is the message that we say. Everyone
Testimonia
is
nel suo paese
a testimony in your is a testimonial of peace with sport.
Thank you, Professor Testa, for this very dynamic presentation. I think we create a new Olympic category now for the presentations, the dynamic presentations. I have now the pleasure to give the floor to Avvocato Bonanni, who created the Italian Observatory of National Amianto, which is asbestos in English, I believe. So welcome. He's a Roman and he's a lawyer. There are some. Welcome.
Se fosse possibile anche un supporto di sintesi della traduzione? No. Forse la signorina che era prima che traduceva, se può tornare. Intanto vorrei ringraziare le istituzioni internazionali del fair play e il Presidente, Dottor Alcanterini, e le istituzioni politiche per il loro impegno a favore della pace.
We are grateful with the international
fair play.
Fair play.
Esatto. Il ruolo della tutela dell'ambiente e della salute si persegue anche attraverso lo sport, che è il rispetto delle regole, della convivenza civile, contro ogni forma di sopraffazione e contro la guerra. Questo è un messaggio fondamentale che ci viene dalla storia e si proietta verso il futuro. Prego. in questo momento particolarmente delicato per la nostra storia e per quella dell'Europa, è proprio il fair play e lo spirito olimpico e l'anima dello sport che ci spingono e ci debbono spingere a superare questo momento per perseguire sempre la pace, la salute, l'ambiente e l'essere umano. Ok, benissimo. Quindi lo scontro e l'incontro nello sport ci permettono di esaltare non tanto il più forte, quanto la partecipazione nello spirito olimpico e nella pace. Colui che vince è certamente il trionfatore di un momento, senza tuttavia distruggere colui che partecipa, che potrà avere la rivincita, nel rispetto delle regole. Proprio le regole ci permettono di realizzare l'affermazione dell'uomo nello sport, ma tradotto anche nella società, nelle istituzioni e nel futuro. Il ruolo del fair play e quindi il rispetto delle regole ci permettono questo superamento dialettico, senza che lo scontro porti alla distruzione dell'essere umano e quindi al rischio atomico irreversibile per l'intera economia, per l'intera società, per l'intero nostro futuro. La logica quindi non può essere quella di guerra e pace, di scontro di generazioni, di classi, ma deve essere quella dell'affermazione dell'uomo e della dignità e quindi nel fair play. Il fair play nello sport, il fair play nella politica, il fair play nella società, il fair play nel pensiero e nel rapporto anche dialettico, nella famiglia, nelle istituzioni, nei luoghi di lavoro e nei luoghi di vita, e la tutela dell'ambiente. Non ci può essere un futuro senza la tutela dell'ambiente rispetto anche al rischio della questione amianto, che è uno dei più potenti cancerogeni di questo terzo millennio e le cui fibre verranno purtroppo disperse, sono state disperse per effetto dei bombardamenti della Russia sull'Ucraina. Quindi purtroppo conteremo decine e decine di migliaia di morti provocati dalla distruzione delle installazioni anche civili in Ucraina. Quindi la guerra porta al risultato di provocare decine e decine di migliaia di morti anche successivamente. Ecco perché il rispetto del fair play, dallo spirito olimpico ai tempi moderni, e quindi questa importante testimonianza oggi in Campidoglio ci rende ragione, e in questo molto meritoria l'opera del Presidente Alcanterini, perché per rievocare proprio da questa sala la nascita dell'Europa, che è stato un caposaldo per la pace del nostro Paese per circa 70 anni, per il nostro Paese, per l'Europa e per il mondo. Papa Francesco ci insegna che occorre superare ogni steccato non solo ideologico ma anche religioso, non più guerre di religione, rispetto delle regole, fair play allargato in ogni ambito. Questo ci insegna anche Papa Francesco, questo si evince anche dalla riunione di oggi e questo ci suggerisce la nostra coscienza e ce lo impongono naturalmente i nostri doveri nei confronti anche dei nostri figli e delle future generazioni. Questo olocausto delle vittime dell'amianto in Italia, in Europa e negli altri continenti è una metafora del senso della violazione delle regole, quindi del fair play, perché sono state violate le regole sul lavoro, sono state violate le regole sulla tutela della salute, sono state violate le regole sulla tutela dell'ambiente. Quindi l'amianto è una metafora, è la indicazione, la prova che ledere l'ambiente, quindi non rispettare le regole, distrugge l'essere umano, distrugge non solo coloro che sono immediatamente a contatto con la sostanza cancerogena, ma distrugge anche coloro che magari si trovano inconsapevolmente esposti, così come sta succedendo con la guerra in Ucraina, dove vengono uccisi anche dei civili e, come dicevo, le fibre di amianto contenute nelle abitazioni purtroppo saranno lì presenti per decenni e provocheranno migliaia e migliaia di altri morti. È solo una parte della tragedia, perché ci sono anche altri cancerogeni, oltre l'uccisione dei civili anche dei bambini. Dopo 70 anni di pace in Europa, quindi, la Russia ha invaso l'Ucraina per riaffermare una sorta di dominio del cosiddetto più forte, dell'impero russo, che in realtà è tramontato, ma è tramontato nell'idea, è tramontato per la incoerenza dei valori. Ed invece occorre perseguire la pace nel rispetto delle regole, nel fair play, che parte dal singolo e si proietta su tutti i contesti. Anche nel mondo giudiziario il fair play è fondamentale, nel mondo dell'avvocatura è un ruolo centrale, la cosiddetta deontologia, dal greco todeon, cosa bisogna fare. Quindi il fair play, il rispetto delle regole è fondamentale in ogni ambito, in ogni settore, e ci insegna che se le regole vengono rispettate, i risultati sono utili per tutti, per l'istituzione di giustizia, per le parti e per gli operatori del diritto. Questo si traduce questo ce lo insegna lo sport, perché nello sport l'applicazione delle regole permette di avere un vincitore ed un vinto, ma dove il vinto non è lo sconfitto, non è l'ucciso, non è la persona umiliata, ma è la persona che ha partecipato a pieno titolo, in modo fondamentale, che dà un testimone anche riferito al futuro e che potrà avere una rivincita. Questo è l'insegnamento fondamentale del fair play. Ed allora dobbiamo lottare con il fair play nello sport per l'affermazione dei valori fondamentali della persona umana. Quindi ambiente, salute, pace, sport, economia, progresso per tutti, sostenibilità sociale, transizione etica, transizione morale. Questi valori fondamentali un tutt'uno. Lo sport e il fair play sono il caposaldo, sono la pietra maestra che si dirama verso l'intero ambito e settore e ci insegna che ci può essere un progresso solo con il fair play. Questo è il punto chiave. Quindi io vi ringrazio dell'invito che mi è stato fatto a partecipare, riaffermo i valori del fair play e grazie ancora e a presto.
Thank you very much for this particular point of view and angle, and I will now give the floor to Mr. Camezzulli, the president of IEPS that you heard already in the welcome words, to explain a little bit more about the IEPS Europe in this specific field. Mr. Camezzulli.
Thank you very much. Now it seems it comes to the formal part. All stories in life, normally we start them when we read a book, once upon a time. And once upon a time, it means that AIPS, in a matter of 18 months, we will be celebrating our first 100 years. Before I come to the point of how we are at the moment, actually, I have to go back to these 100 years because everyone likes to hear some stories, and our history is like a nice story. It has started in 1924 during the Olympic Games in Paris. There were a group of 24, 26 nations, guys reporting those Olympic Games, and they had decided that it was time that they make an association, a committee between them. They decided, but the first problem for the first meeting was already that they did not have a hall like of the Campidoglio, and the organizing committee of the Olympic Games in Paris, they told them that the only place we can afford to give you for the meeting is the boxing ring. So if you Google and make AIPS 1924, you can find that the first Congress and the first executive meeting was with chairs in a boxing ring, because that was the only available. The first president was a French guy, Franz Reichel, who was chosen not by election, but as it always happens, they start asking each other who wants to be president, who wants to be secretary. But the story of this Franz Reichel was that when he decided to become a journalist, he was already an Olympian for the years before 1924. He was an Olympian in athletics and in rugby. And as an Olympian in rugby, he made history in a different way. Because at the same time he played rugby, he was a journalist with Le Miroir du Sport, and he had decided that in the first half he goes to play for the national team of France in the Olympic Games of rugby. Then, in the second half, he changed in the dressing room and he got his notebook to report the same game that he was playing in. So that's the story of the first president of AIPS. The last one, and that part of the history, remains with the Belgian Victor Boyne. Victor Boyne was a very good Olympian fencer, but he was also the first person to make the Olympic oath during the Olympic Games in Antwerp. In that same edition that he, as a fencer, he gave the Olympic oath, he became also Secretary General of AIPS. For me, I couldn't imagine myself that 50 years after I could have been first secretary in the same position which Victor Boyne was there. Why I'm saying this? Because the structure that we are living nowadays as Olympic media is different as it was the structure in those years. In those years, it was like having sport and the media more integrated together. Today, unfortunately, the integration has to be rather different. Normally in our meetings, in our congresses, in our symposia, we talk about corruption in sport, racism, doping in sport. Now it seems that these three elements, we have left them a bit on the side. As we referred earlier, just 1 month ago, we had the Congress over here in Rome. In Rome, it was our first Congress after the COVID stopping period, where it seems that most of the sports administration was laid aside. But in the meantime, from February, we have been facing the Russian war on Ukraine, and it affected also our sport media in Europe, our sport media within the world. In the new structures of AIPS Europe and the AIPS, we've got various initiatives. One of them is called Young Reporters Program. Maybe some of you have heard of the Young Reporters Program. It is a program for young journalists between the ages of 18 and 25 years, most of them in their first years in this profession. And one of our colleagues in the last sport Young Reporters program we had in Lausanne was a certain young guy, Vlad, from Ukraine. Vlad had made the whole program because we set for them a program in various sectors of media, TV, radio, newspapers, how to report on a website. And successfully, after 1 month of training in Lausanne, in the Olympic city, and with all the Olympic values, which until February we were talking about so many values of sport, of friendship, of integration of everyone. In February, this Vlad had to stop the career he wanted to start because he had decided to go and defend his country. 1 month ago, we got Vlad here in Rome for our Congress. He has spent 3 days just to cross the country because he was defending the country. Of course, the means of transport is what it is. Somehow or another, he managed to go beyond the barrier and frontiers and everything, bit by car, bit on a truck, bit by train. But anyhow, Vlad arrived to our Congress, and the first thing he said was a thank you. I said to Vlad, why you have to thank everyone when you are passing in so much difficult period? No, because he said that in all this difficult period, at least himself and the whole country being in such a negative side of the thoughts, but there is a global support for him as an individual. And this, I think that from a person coming from such a difficult situation and he comes over and tells thank you, it's already something. And this, I think that in our messages that we have to pass as sport media, I always say not only to the sport but to the community outside, because after all, our sport circle, if it remains tight between ourselves, the message won't go out as we wish. I think that each and everyone has got a responsibility when it comes to discuss these matters. And as I expressed earlier, our role as AIPS Media remains there. Our role remains that fair play is not going to be only on the 7th of September or when we have this Congress or other symposia, but our message, media and fair play, has to be every day and in every hour, because we really don't know what will happen tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Camezzulli. Sport and media has always worked together hand in hand, so it's extremely important to underline the role. Now, as it was mentioned, President Camezzulli as well, never the world of sport mobilized himself for a political issue or a conflict than this year with the conflict in Ukraine that is happening now while we are speaking. So before giving the floor to the former Deputy Minister of Education of the Republic of Ukraine, Mr. Greba, we will display a video on Ukraine. maybe. We invite now Mr. Roman Greba to take the floor.
Is it okay? Okay. Buongiorno, dear friends. Hello, dear friends. Dear Svetlana Cheli, the President of the Capitolina, dear Mr. President Philippe Ouzio. For me, this is a great honor to be here. But, you know, maybe to say someone it's a great honor, it can be like an empty words. Because I'm overfilled with emotions. I'm overfilled with emotions after this video, and I'm overfilled after the emotion of this very warm reception. You cannot even imagine how much grateful me personally and all Ukrainians are to the people all over the world, in Europe, in America, in New Zealand, everywhere, because we were forced to leave our houses. Our houses were destroyed. What you saw in the video, this is a small piece of what really happening now in Ukraine. In modern time, now in Europe, you cannot imagine the cruelty. Killed people, raped women and children, raped and killed. Thousands of people killed, millions of refugees who were forced to leave their houses because their houses were destroyed. Their life doesn't exist anymore like it was previously. I was one of the people who left Kiev because I had to, because my family was in danger, and I understood I have to move from the Kiev, my family, and come back and protect my country. And this is in modern society. This is inappropriate. This is unbelievable. If we speak about fair play, if we can imagine that all the games which people play are fair play, the world would be different. It will be quite different story of prosperity, of happiness, of everything. We were born to be happy, but some people decide that we don't have this option. We don't have this opportunity. We don't deserve it. But this is nonsense. We are human beings. We are human beings. And you must know that we start to evaluate what we have, then after that, when we lost it, when we lose it. Today, in this meeting, I described my colleagues how I was traveling here. It took me like more than 27 hours. And previously, it was 3 hours, you know, and I didn't pay attention about this. I went to lounge, I take a plane, and I'm in any part of the world. In 12 hours, I'll be in any part of the world, in America, in Brazil, in New Zealand, everywhere. But now, no. And you are very lucky. But at the same time, despite all these tragedies, despite everything, we are Ukrainians are very lucky as well, because we have all of you. Because in every city I go, in Europe, everywhere in the world, they told me, I know what is going on in Ukraine. You have my support. So many people from your country live in my house, live in my town, live in my region. And for me, this is very important. For our Ukrainians, this is very important. You know, because our home is very, very big now. Yes, we are not like, we are guests, but at the same time, we are feeling like at home. Because all this warmness, all this hospitality, we are special. If we are guests, we are special guests. And that's why, guys, I am very, very grateful to all of you, to support of every one of you. For us, this is crucially important. Today, we are in need, but tomorrow we will help you, I'm sure. And now we defend not just Ukraine. We defend the democratic values. We defend the right to existence in the modern, developed world. We don't want the world to live in autocracy, to live like in Soviet Union, people live to live in some camp of filtration camp or something like this, where these crazy people from Russia want to involve the whole world. We are now on the edge of this fight. Of course, just with your help, with help of Europe, with the European Commission, with the help of the European Commission, Great Britain, USA, the whole world, the whole civilized democratic world, we have this support, and we are very grateful to you. Mr. Philippe, I am very grateful for this film. I am very grateful for your position and for the position of European fair movement, fair play movement. You was the first organization which told no Russian and Belarusian in sport. They are banned from the sport. And this is a very strong position. And I'm very grateful to every federation, to every person, to every functionary who is in this position and who tell no Russian and Belarusian in sport before the end of the war. First, study to be civilized, and then join the other civilized world. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your hospitality. We will win, and we will always be grateful to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Greba, for emotional speech. It's our honor now to give the floor to the President of the European Olympic Committees. But before giving you the floor, Mr. Capralas, the Gruppo Storico Genio from the Lazio region would like to welcome you. Grazie. Mr. Spiro Capralos, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the first time in my life I've been welcomed in such a way, and I feel really privileged and honored for having done this thing. Dear Mr. Usiot, President of European Fair Play Movement, dear President, dear members of the Council, dear friends of Fair Play. As President of the European Olympic Committees, it is my great pleasure to send you my best congratulations on the occasion of the Fair Play of Peace Award ceremony. The European Fair Play movement has never had a more important role to play across the sporting landscape of Europe than it does today. We heard earlier on about what we face, the challenges, the wars, and for nearly 30 years, we have all had the privilege of witnessing European Fair Play movement's commitment to promoting the principles of fair play to establish a peaceful environment on and off the field of play. Sport can bring people together, build bridges, and create alliances. The European Fair Play movement is helping us understand the importance of these values. The European Olympic Committees proudly offers our patronage to the European Fair Play movement, and under your leadership of President Usiot, I'm sure that our relationship will only strengthen over the coming years. Through our collaboration, we have made it our mission to make fair play a central component of everything we do. Later this afternoon, we will light the flame of peace for the Winter European Youth Olympic Festival of 2023 at the iconic Ara Pacis here in Rome, a reflection of the principles we seek to promote through the European Youth Olympic Festival. Each time we host this magical event, the flame of peace is lit as a beacon of hope and optimism for people all over Europe. The European Youth Olympic Festival is also an excellent example of how engagement with the next generation can be enriched through sport. At every Youth Olympic Festival, a Young Olympic Ambassador program is created to promote and strengthen the Olympic values of friendship, excellence, and respect. And as you know, the spirit of fair play is fundamental at all these values. Today, you will praise an inspiring portrayal of individuals, teams, and organizations that perfectly embody what it means to play fair and lead by example. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for the excellent work you do for sport in our continent. Thank you. Let me present, as a token of appreciation for the work that the European Fair Play movement is doing, from the European Olympic Committees to your President. Fair play. It was the spirit of fair play that he helped me to get up again. Maybe we should do this. There. They want us to go down here.
Front?
Yeah.
solo per figura. È solo per figura.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, can I ask you to join your seats for the last part of the ceremony? Ladies and gentlemen, please your attention. Can you join your seats, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now giving the... Can I call your attention once again, please? Signores. I have now the pleasure to give the floor to the representative of the Council of Europe, Mrs. Cassandra McTavish. Cassandra, Would you like to take the floor from here or from there?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Council of Europe. As you know, the Council of Europe is not as exciting as everything else that's going on in here. But it's a passion and it's a beautiful institution. I just wanted to take this opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the Council of Europe. Many of you have very kindly asked me to better understand what we are about and what we do. We're an institution that came out of the Second World War, as you've already heard, and that really is established around peace, which is really the theme today. At the outset, the Council of Europe signed the European Convention of Human Rights, which you may have heard of as well. It has some very key elements to the convention where we wanted to ensure that we can guarantee the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, freedom of expression, the right to education, free elections, and the right to a fair trial. These are still fundamental rights that the Council of Europe supports today. And most importantly, we prohibit torture, slavery and hard labor, discrimination, and the death penalty. So any members of the Council of Europe adhere to this. The Council itself is divided into 3 areas. So we have 3 key areas. One is our standard setting. You've heard of our European Court of Human Rights. So that's an important part of establishing international law. We define those objectives, then we monitor them. I'm going to talk to you briefly as well about the European Sports Charter, which is one of our monitoring mechanisms to ensure that fair play and peace is established in sport. And our cooperation activities, which are really our opportunity to bring everything that the Council of Europe does right into the grassroots, an opportunity to bridge the gaps where nations were not necessarily able to adhere to all the standards on their own. So really the vision for sport at the Council of Europe is really to assist and advise governments and sports organizations to advance human rights and the rule of law in and through sport, while also acknowledging that the Council of Europe is a platform for developing, monitoring, and implementing standards, most importantly for safe, ethical, and inclusive sport. The group that I work for is the Enlarged Partial Agreement for Sport. We're a very important agreement and a key pillar of the Council of Europe. As we've spoken already, numerous speakers today, sport is really at the heart of human rights and of society. What we see in sport is reflected in culture and society and vice versa. So the EPAS, we call the Enlarged Partial Agreement on Sport, was established in 2010. And it's really a platform for intergovernmental sports cooperation. So we work a lot with public authorities and member states and encourage the dialogue between those public authorities, federations, and NGOs. And part of what we do is what we're doing here today. The EPAS is composed, you may not know, of a governing board and a consultative committee. The governing board are representatives from member states, and the consultative committee, many of whom are in this room today, are members, and I have the privilege of being able to coordinate the consultative committee, which brings together 30 different members of NGOs and international organizations. And the idea is that we're all working towards more ethical and inclusive and more safe sport. So really the strategic priorities for the next 3 years, very briefly, are again the protection of human rights and the respect of rule of law, which are the 2 key pillars of the Council of Europe. The promotion of values-driven sport, you'll hear us say that continuously. It's really at the base of what we believe in. And again, working on the effective cooperation between government and sports organizations. We really see ourselves as being that vector that brings all the groups together for a value discussion. I mentioned it to you in my introduction, and I mention it again now. One of our key instruments of the Council of Europe is our European Sports Charter, which has just been revised and was adopted by our Committee of Ministers last year. In Sports Charter as the instrument to guide each one of these member nations. We also, every 2 years, have a council, a conference of ministers, which took place last week in Antalya, Turkey. And at those 2 resolutions were adopted. There were 2 key themes. One of them was sport for all, so uniting stronger societies. We looked at gender equality, sports as a means of inclusion, and sport for children as 3 key pillars for the EPAS. And rethinking sport, leading the way for healthy and sustainable futures. Again, you'll find echoes of this in the European Sports Charter. The idea of addressing the emerging challenges of sport policies, facilitating access to sport for all, and also boosting the return to sport activities and events after events such as COVID, where we've lost a lot of adherence. Just really quickly again on EPAS, so we really we're headed by our European Sports Charter, and below that we have numerous pillars. One is inclusive sport, so anti-discrimination for LGBTIQ children, migrant. Cole spoke earlier about the side event that we had regarding integrating migrant into sports. These are all very important pillars for us. Diversity, also a very important pillar. Ethical sports, so we look at good governance. We've got different action plans and repositories. Safe sport, protecting children, combating hate speech, mapping sports facilities to make them more accessible. And of course, an incredibly important part of what we do is partnerships. So working with our governing board, working with our consultative committee, our statutory committee, the International Olympic Committee, many of you in this room. A couple of examples, I'll go very quickly. We have an All-In Plus program, which is an adaptation of the All-In program that existed before, which is about gender equality in sports. The All-In Plus program will eventually be a joint program with the EU. It's still in the process of being put together, and will really work on the role of media in sport, in gender equality, my apologies, in sport, of course. And the lack of visibility of women in sport through media. Also, you may have heard of our Start to Talk program. It's a program that's existed now for a number of years. It's one of our pillars, and it's all about giving the voice to children, originally to empower children to speak up in cases of sexual exploitation and abuse, and now expanded to a larger platform of just exploitation in general in the sports environment. It's been an extremely successful program, really giving a voice to children in sport through issues around coaching and the way that sport is run. The final thing outside of the EPAS, which I've talked to you a lot about, is we also have 3 conventions on sport. We have an anti-doping convention, which I'm sure many of you have heard about. It was established in 1967, and it was the first international legal instrument on anti-doping, and it continues to grow and work in strong partnership with many of you. We also have the Macoulin Convention, which is a legal instrument, which is really the only legal instrument of international rule of law on the manipulation of sports competition. So you may have known it more as match fixing, which is becoming more and more of an issue and a plague, and it really does work with all the different players that are exposed to this dire situation. And finally, we also have a convention on safety, security, and service at sporting events, which was initially just around football matches and behavior around participants at football matches, and now opened itself up to all kinds of different elements of safety and security, right down to, as we discussed with a few referees here, the treatment that they are now undergoing more and more at sport matches. So that really encompasses the key areas of the Council of Europe, the role of the of EPAS, so the Enlarged Partial Agreement on Sport, and how really everything that we do, live, breathe, is all about human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, and seeking peace and fair play through sport. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. McTavish. Now I give the floor to Philippe Ouzio for probably the most important moment of the ceremony, and after we will sign the MOU with the 2 organizations, but the announcement of the first Fair Play Award for Peace winner.
We have one more important moment to live together today, a moment out of time, a really special event, namely the birth of an honorary award, the Fair Play Award for Peace. We have one more important moment, more than ever, in the life of EFPM. EFPM wants to make sport and its athletes not only vital for a better living together, but also as an ally of peace through sport. Training, competition, confrontation in the quest for a result, and a place on the podium are inherent to sport. But what is even more is the encounter with others, whether they are competitors or opponents. It's above all source of complicity, friendship, and fraternity. Based on this conviction, the European Fair Play movement is taking the unprecedented initiative of crowning from 2022 onwards an organization, an institution, or an individual who, more than others today, has contributed to the undeniable progress of peace in the world by encompassing all the key characteristics of fair play, namely respect, the spirit of mutual aid, and the value of positive example. Thus, every year, and for the first time in Rome, now, on the 4th of November, the Fair Play Award for Peace will be presented. Because sport also has the power to be a vehicle for peace. Let's not deprive ourselves of this power, because sport and fair play are the spirit of humanity. You had already the reason why and which were the criteria. But I would like to underline one sentence which is now on the screen by Nelson Mandela. Sport can create hope where once there was only despair. It's more powerful than governments in breaking down crucial barriers. It laughs in the face of all types of discrimination. Sports is the game of lovers. For all these reasons and criteria, the institution or personality awarded the prize had to be unique and irrefutable for all of us. That is be a source of inspiration for the jury that will have the enormous task of awarding it in 2023. It is therefore with gravity and emotion that I give you the name of the institution that in our minds represent this all, namely the Norwegian Nobel Committee. Thank you. Thank you so much. According to Alfred Nobel's will, the prize to champions of peace is to be awarded by a committee of 5 persons to be elected by the Norwegian Parliament. The rules subsequently adopted by the starting state, the Parliament, that the members of the Nobel Committee are elected for 6 years terms and can be re-elected. The Nobel Peace Prize and the Norwegian Nobel Committee is responsible for selecting the Nobel Peace Prize laureates. The 5 members who were elected was composed by Jørgen Watt Fridnes, Olaf Njørstad, Kristin Clement, Ann Enger, Aschel Tosh, and Berit Reiss-Andersen, chairwoman of this committee. She is with us today. I leave now the floor to the message of Ms. Reiss-Andersen.
Video, but also for honoring the Norwegian Nobel Committee with its Fair Play Prize. I'm not certain we deserve the prize, because the proper recipient should probably be Alfred Nobel, who instituted a will and creating the foundation of the Nobel Prizes for science, for literature, and for peace. But I do agree with you that there is an element of peace in your fair play movement. According to Alfred Nobel's will, one of the requirements for being a champion of peace is promoting fraternity between nations. And that is also fraternity between peoples and people. And it starts at an early age, the understanding of respecting your opponent, even when you disagree, of respecting your opponent when your opponent wins over you, which is a common situation in sports, and understanding that dialogue between human beings is the core way of bringing understanding among people and fraternity between people, and thereby creating peace. Thank you very much for the honor of the award.
Thank you so much.
To this event, even though it is only by video, but also for honoring the Norwegian Nobel Committee with its fair play.
Rogero, may I ask you to come near to me? You know already the trophy? The one who had good eyes yesterday could have seen in the video the name of the laureate. And we will, at a special request of the Nobel Committee, go to Oslo to deliver this unique award, which is also the almost first award received by the committee and not by someone selected by the committee. So it's also a premiere for them, it's a premiere for us, and I'm really grateful to my friend Ruggero Alcantarini to have the opportunity to do it in Rome, one of the major places where the world and Europe were created. So thank you to all of you. Congratulations to our laureate, and good luck for our jury. We will have the strong and the difficult part next year, choosing the second one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just to end this ceremony, I will, EFPM, in accordance with Sustainable Development Goals, 17 Partnership for the Goals, will sign now two MOUs with two different organizations. Therefore, I will call quickly here to be seated next to the President Uzio to proceed. The President of the European Athlete as a Student, dual career, Professor Laura Capranica, and for ENCSO, the Secretary General of ENCSO, Sara Massini, to come on the stage and to proceed to the signature ceremony. ENCSO is based in Brussels with a Swedish president, Mr. Stefan Berg. Is a platform for mass sport, grassroots sport in Europe. European Athlete as a Student is based in Malta. The President, Laura Capranica, is professor at the University of Foro Italico. And it's the only platform recognized by European Commission for promoting dual career as a student in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, we can applaud the two organization representatives signing these MOUs. Thank you very much. This concludes the first EFPM ceremony for Peace Awards. The team of Ruggero will lead you for the lunch. Le squadre sono pronte, I colleghi sono pronti per avvisare la gente dove andare. And we come back here. President, do we stick to the program at 1 o'clock? Because I'm afraid that we will be a little bit short of time, maybe. 1:30? 1:30. Second decision of the committee this morning. Thank you very much. So the colleagues of Ruggero Alcantarini will lead the people to the lunch. A gift from Azerbaijan? Okay. Grazie mille, thank you.
Donald Duck is working.
May I ask you to take a seat, please? We are about to start. Please take a seat. We are about to start. Prego. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you. Tonight or this afternoon, I will be your presenter. And upon recommendation of the Scientific Commission of EFPM, we made the choice to have an overarching theme for our congresses during the next 4 years. Fair play education encompassing human values for better sport is our theme for 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. And in this context, our 2022 Congress this afternoon will focus on fair play education to overcome gender discrimination in sport. We were able to bring to you two distinguished speakers, Nicolas Delorme and Sanda Chorak, as well as great panelists. But my suggestion is that we immediately enter in the topic. And my colleague, Romana Caput, to whom I now give the floor, will present you our two keynote speakers. It's up to you.
Okay. Dear Mr. President Philippe Pouziou, dear members of the European Fair Play Movement, dear guests, especially young students, and thanks a lot to Laura Capranica, Professor Laura Capranica, to invite them on this session. First of all, I would like to thank the host organization, Mr. Ruggero Alcantarini, and his team for all their efforts. It is my first time in Rome, and I would like to say a special thank you for being the organizer of the European Fair Play Congress, Gender in Sport, Gender Equality in Sport. In this slide, you can see the members of the Scientific Advisory Committee, and you can see that we have gender equality here and here in the desk, but according to IOC, we also had some space for improvement. Unfortunately, the president of the Scientific Advisory Committee, Mr. Steve Town, is not here, but he handled and coordinated with our members of Scientific Advisory Committee, so I invited to give him a big and strong applause for their efforts. Okay, as an introduction to gender equality in sport, I will use the words from the Professor Dr. Jeno Kamuti, the president of the International Fair Play Committee. Fair play is not a goal that we consciously strive for, but a philosophy and spontaneous behavior that comes from within tolerance, equality, acceptance, and respect for others. Recommendation and action plan from the high-level group on gender equality in sport, as you can see on the slide, is addressed to all institutions, organizations, associations responsible for sport, for education, sport management, and all decision makers in sport, with the aim to protect and to empower women in sport. Many sports organizations have taken numerous initiatives, and I am pretty sure that here sit the people who taken numerous initiatives on the highest level since 2010, and all of these resources are still relevant today. According to the program, you will have the opportunity to discuss about the recommendations and declaration that will be leading by Mr. Thierry Zicht, Vice President of our Commission. Okay, let me give you some facts to warm you up. We have on average only 14% of women in all leadership positions in Sport Federation EU member states. And how to improve this situation, I would like to refer to a proposal of the Mrs. Emine Boskurt, the chair of the high-level group on gender equality in sport. We need the support of sport lovers, athletes, coaches, leaders, and policymakers to create team gender equality, to make sport more equal for women and girls. After this warm-up, our first invited speaker is Dr. Nicolas Delorme, Associate Professor of Sociology of Sport at the University of Bordeaux, author of several articles on gender equality in decision-making in sport, reporter of the European Commission High-Level Group on Gender Equality, and one of the drafters of the recommendations and action plan related to media coverage in sport. The topic is gender equality in sport, current research and recommendations, and Nicolas, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it works. Thank you for the, oh, it's a bit strong, huh? Loud. Thank you for the introduction. First of all, I would like to thank the European Fair Play Movement for the invitation. It's a great pleasure and a real honor to be here this afternoon. This said, it's always very risky to be the first speaker just after lunch, so I hope that I won't be too boring and that you won't fall asleep. And if it is the case, I apologize for that. So yeah, as said, I was a rapporteur and a member of the high-level group on gender equality in sport, and I have been invited here to give some insights on this report. Before starting, some elements of context. This group has been launched in December 2020, and it included 15 members with a huge diversity, some former athletes, some members from international sport bodies, European and international ones, some politicians, and some academics. We did 6 plenary sessions, 7 working sessions, and 8 individual meetings. And we also decided to rely on the most up-to-date scientific literature to formulate our recommendations. I will talk about that a bit later. And finally, the report has been published in March 2022, As you can see, we had to work during the COVID period, so it has been a bit complicated because we were not able to meet in person, but finally we did it. And here is the report. And report is maybe not the best words, because as you can see, it is more an action plan. We have formulated recommendations and an action plan. And when we started to work, we have focused on 6 main areas where gender equality should be improved: sport participation, coaching, and officiating. We have included officiating because most of the time previous reported have focused only on coaching. We have included all the various types of officials: leadership, social and economic aspect of sport, media coverage, and gender-based violence. My colleague will elaborate on leadership and coaching, if I remember well. Okay. And the discussion started on this 6th topic, and quickly we found that some cross-cutting issues arose, and so we found some transversal themes, and we formulated a recommendation on 8 transversal themes, and my talk today will focus on that, okay, on these 8 transversal themes. Before starting, just some numbers in order for you to understand what this report means. We have formulated 24 transversal recommendations, 27 recommendations, and 150 ways forward. We also included an annex with 80 illustrative projects in all the areas covered by the report. An important issue is the fact that this report targets all the stakeholders, not only the European Commission or the International Federation, but also the grassroots entities. And this was very important for us because all the previous reports only focused on high-level institutions, high-level bodies, and finally, we found that, okay, they try to do some things and so on, but at the very local level, there's no changes. The federations put some programs, some plans, but when you look at the efficiency at the local level, there is nothing. Because there's a lack of support, there's a lack of money, a lot of different reasons. That's why we wanted to provide recommendations and ways forward for local organizations. And another very important issue is the fact that this report has been translated in all EU languages. The previous one was only in English, and in my country, for example, a lot of people in the sport ministry, for example, did not hear about it. And those who knew it said, oh, but it's in English, so I didn't read it. So now it's in all EU languages, so you can benefit from these recommendations and ways forward. Okay, so I will briefly elaborate on the 8 transversal themes. The first one is gender mainstreaming. We do believe that every stakeholders should integrate a gender perspective into their actions. And in order to do that, we suggest a 3-pronged approach. First, gender should be integrated as a transversal theme into the analysis, the implementation, the monitoring, and the evaluation of all sports projects. Along with that, we should develop some specific gender programs and initiatives. And finally, the dimension of gender should be integrated in all procedures, staff competencies, budget, partnerships, organizational culture, and equal opportunity policy. The second transversal theme is maybe one of the most important. It's intersectionality. The report has been constructed on gender equality, but since the very beginning, we have seen during our discussion that gender is very limited. If we really want to improve equality in sport, we cannot rely only on gender. So we found that there's a lot of overlaps between causes of inequality and women also suffer from sexism, racism, homophobia, and so on. So we cannot just rely on gender. That's why an intersectional approach is essential. It will help to understand why some multi-marginalized groups are very underrepresented in sport participation. It will also help to more accurately understand the experience of inequality from specific groups such as Black women or LGBT athletes. Consequently, we have recommended a systematic inclusion of an intersectional approach in all gender equality policies. If we want to success in that, we should put in place some gender budgeting, some gender funding. Consequently, any sport organization from the very local level to the highest international level should dedicate specific budget to gender equality in all the 6 areas covered by the report. Another very important recommendation is the fact that the allocation of any public fund, public money, should be related to gender equality issues. And in the report, we definitely recommend that public authorities promote the implementation of the OECD gender budgeting program, and these structures has published a toolkit in all EU languages in order to help the organization to set gender budgeting and gender funding. And you have a link in the report. The fourth issue was policy monitoring and evaluation, and along with that, research. In the report, I said that we have included 80 illustrative projects. We choose this terminology because we cannot talk about good practices. A lot of people like to talk about good practices, but when we have a closer look at these initiatives, there's no evaluation, there's no monitoring. So it could be a good practice, but we cannot know from a scientific perspective. So it's very important in any gendered project to include monitoring and evaluation. Some of these projects already have this, but it's not the majority. Another very important issue is the fact that researchers should be involved in the collection and data analysis in order to adjust the actions. Consequently, any gender program should include a systematic, permanent, and compulsory data collection. And source data should be available to everyone. So it's very important to develop an online open data. So any researcher can work on this data. It's also very important to harmonize data collection. And the European Commission has set up a task force that will work on that during the 3 next years. But it's very needed if we want to improve gender equality, because nowadays it's very complicated to compare studies between themselves because the methodologies are very different. So it's pretty hard to say, okay, gender equality is at a good level here or not. The fifth issue is education. If we want to develop these initiatives, if we want to improve gender equality, we need educational tools. These tools are necessary to explain the importance of gender equality policies, and they should be addressed to all strategic stakeholders because they can apply it, again, from the very local level to the national, international level. It is very important to provide the stakeholders with all the latest scientific findings, with the new practices, and it's very important to make a very pedagogical approach and explain them the reasoning behind the policies, the gender policies. In order to be efficient, we recommend to create exchange platforms to help stakeholders to convey the same message and to implement the measures in the most suitable way. Communication is also a very transversal issue. We should communicate on the gender equality initiatives, obviously, but beyond that, we have also integrated the communication about the report. It's very important to disseminate it among all the stakeholders and to make it as a reference document. It's very important, and it's what we are doing today, it's very important to organize events where this report will be discussed. And beyond that, it's very important also that this report should be the subject of critical analysis by the scientific community. Another important point was the translation. It has been done, so it's a good thing for the communication. The seventh, if I remember well, point was the appointment of coordinators for gender equality in all sport organizations. Again, from the very local sports club to any international or national sports federation. You can create a new job position for this, or you can train someone in your structure on these issues. But it's very important to have a coordinator. The role of this coordinator will include the development, delivery, and evaluation of a range of initiatives to promote gender equality, but also to prevent gender-based violence. This will help to ensure that equality strategies are duly implemented, but also monitored, as we discussed previously. Last point, which was a very polemical one, is the fact that men in sport organizations should be seen as allies. Why? For a lot of good historical reasons, men in decision-making positions are often seen as barriers because they tend to reflect, to produce, to reproduce masculine hegemony. But if we have a look at the literature, at the scientific literature, there is a clear evidence of the positive impact of men when they act as allies to women within sport. Because the allyship theory assumes that a dominant group can help a dominated group, so in our case, men and women, to set up a more balanced power distribution. So it's very important to see men as allies. And that's why it's crucial to empower them as gender equality promoters in all the areas covered by the report. Men are part of the solution. We cannot develop women-only initiatives alone. So, a quick conclusion. As I told you at the beginning of my talk, this report focused on women who experience an unequal access as a result of their sex. But I want to talk again about intersectionality. It's much more complex nowadays. So, as I told you, we definitely require an intersectional approach in order to understand the needs of women and the barriers they face. Just to take an example that is a bit caricatural, but not that much, we definitely understand that an old black rural woman with disability will not face the same issues, the same barriers, and won't have the same needs than a young white urban woman without disability. What does it mean? It means that there is no unique solution or answer to gender discrimination, to gender equality. We should understand the various clusters' needs at every level, again, from the very local organization to the international ones. And we are very convinced that the specific solutions or answer at the local level are strongly related, because most of the time we implement policies at the international or at the national levels, but they never reach the local level. And where do we have the most important women's sport participation? It's at the local level. So we should develop initiatives at the local level. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nicola Delhomme, for a very nice presentation. I hope that some of you have some new ideas or some actions that I recognized important and they'll be provided in the future. According to the program, after this session, you will have the opportunity to ask questions to the keynote speakers and distinguished guests who will participate in panel discussion leading by Kole Jeloshai. Okay, now it is my special pleasure to announce the second invited speaker, Dr. Sanda Chorak, Vice President of Croatian Olympic Committee, member of the Executive Committee of the International Judo Federation and Chair of the Equality Commission and President of the Croatian Judo Federation. I would like to say that she is an excellent example as a former athlete, how former female athletes could have a successful career in sport and also in other fields. Sanda, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is really a great pleasure for me to be here with you. And I would like to thank European Fair Play Movement for inviting me as a keynote speaker. It is not that it is important my positions today, but I would like to stress, of course, I was an athlete, but I was also a coach. And I was even a coach together with being an athlete, which is a little bit more difficult. And I was also, at the time, a club administrator. So I was organizing a trip of the athletes, going on the competition as athletes and as a coach as well. So this is important for this topic. I would also like to share with you a little bit of my story. When I was really more engaged about the gender equality, it's not that every woman in sport is working on the gender equality. It is, I became a president of Croatian Judo Federation in 2005. You know, judo is combat sport, of course, male-dominated. And for me, coming to the European Congresses in 2005, it was myself and the lady from Norway. We were two presidents, 50 countries, okay? And I said, okay, I can understand this combat sport, we will progress. But, you know, 10 years later, we still have two women presidents, 2015, nothing really happened, nothing much happened. And then we organized a conference, Croatian Olympic Committee, and we have now Chair Morana Paliković-Grudin with us, with our Ministry of Education and Sport at that time, and Anita White from Anita White Foundation, you can Google her a little bit. She was invited as keynote speaker, and she said, you know, if we continue with this pace, in 100 years, we are not going to achieve not equality, 40%, no way. So it was a wake-up call for me to start working on this agenda a little bit more. So what we know about gender equality? Of course, we know some obvious facts that women and girls represent half of world's population. But maybe what we do not comprehend is that it is really a half of the potential. So, you know, we have to realize this. Of course, that we are talking about fundamental human rights. A colleague from EPAS told us earlier that it was 1950 that it was adopted by sport, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that was adopted by UN General Assembly in 1948. And you know, in some of the countries, Switzerland, 1970. So it was not so far away that women got their right to vote. So we have to, speaking about gender equality in sport, we need to see a little bit of a big picture of gender equality in the world. We know that sport is, of course, important special activity, social activity, and written in many documents that it is special for the interests of the countries and so on. And of course, nowadays we are witnessing more and more women and girls included in some of the sports. But we are still underrepresented. But the participation is great if we are talking only about the athletes. So if you look at the numbers at the big competitions, European, World Championships, Olympic Games, of course, we achieved almost 50-50 representation. Why? Because every country would like to have Olympic medal, world champions, and so on. So this is the reason. But even if you look at the athletes' population, there's not so many sports that have more than 25% of women in the whole active sport population. So, you know, speaking about the numbers, we have to be sure what we are talking about. And of course, in leadership, 10 to 15. And it is also a question what we are speaking about. You know, leadership is, okay, leaders of the commissions maybe, but leaders of the federations, of the Olympic committees, very, very low numbers still. I would like to present you what the forces, what we are fighting, and what's really the problem. It is on the left side, we see the majority of the social boundaries. It is, of course, tradition in some countries, culture, family expectations. Let's stay at family expectations. It is the girl and women who have to take care about the children, have to take care about the elderly family members. If someone is ill, you know, who is kind of breaking going to every day to a job? It's usually women, not men. You know, men are not withdrawing from their careers. So it's usually women. So we have social boundaries on one side, but we also have some established sport systems, domination of men, established networks, not really adequate support that can make changes. I conducted a survey for International Judo Federation in 2018 and asking about, you know, do you have support of your colleagues and so on. And there was quite a lot of federations that reported that there's no problem, everything is open equally to men and women. But, you know, equally open, it's not really equal. So, in my sport, we distinguished between term of equity and equality. Because equality is our goal, but to reach the goal, first we need equity. Why need equity? Because equity means that we are giving everyone what they need. You know, if we wear trousers, it's not the same trousers for everyone. Everyone needs their number and so on. So, this is important. We need equity before equality, and of course, we need motivation. And sometimes, motivation, when you have these two forces, it's not easy. For women, it's not easy. We need focused, determined women who have support of their families. And it, as I said, it's not too easy. Of course, what we are doing these days. In the last decade, we are organizing quite a lot of conferences, seminars, round tables, and so on. What I noticed that now, you know, 10 years ago it was about equality, about raising awareness. Now it is more about taking actions. So action plans we really need. So what are the kind of messages? Walk the talk, dream, speak up, act, lead the change, be the change. Together we are stronger. Of course we need men as allies. Many strategic documents are written. So we need to know, you know, what about the documents? How can we make them implemented? Because this is just to remind us on UN Strategic Development Goals. In 2015, one of the 17 goals, goal number 5, is achieve gender equality and empower women and girls. And they said in the document that we are not speaking only about fundamental right, but it is necessary foundation for a peaceful and sustainable world. When COVID broke out, you know, there was a suspicion if we are limiting the sources for sport, you know, it will affect women first. But let us go back to the documents, what I wanted to show to you. First, about Gender Equality Review Project. Marisol Casado, chair of IOC Gender Equality Working Group, she said, while we have seen improvements in gender equality in sport, we need more, and we need quickly. We just can't arrive at 50-50 representation in competition and say, job is done. So I hope that you agree. What I wanted to draw your attention is on both this Olympic agenda. Olympic Agenda 2030 that has 40 recommendations, and one is foster gender equality. But now, the latest one, Olympic Agenda 2020 plus 5, with 15 recommendations, so they kind of squeeze recommendations, said strengthen the role of sport as enabler of UN Sustainable Development Goals, but there's no term of gender equality anymore. For me, this is a big question mark. Why are we not saying, you know, the right term for the right status? We didn't achieve gender equality. So we still need to talk about the gender equality. And so I'm so glad when I was invited to be a member of the high-level group for European Commission and working on the action plan, because I think this is important. Nicola covered this. I will speak a little bit more about coaching and officiating and leadership, because, and I also wanted to, something that Nicola didn't say, but it is important. This action plan, actually, he said that it is about, what, 150 ways forward. Ways forward for different level of sport organizations. It is not the same if you are working on a European level, or international federation, or at a grassroots level. It is completely different, and it is important that this action plan really kind of differentiate between recommendations for all 3 levels. Coaching and officiating. If you are looking about the numbers, we have at the moment about 20-30 of all sport coaches in Europe, women. But still, we don't know. And speaking to many women, I realized that majority of those women are women for the cadet teams or junior teams, not really for senior teams. And we are not speaking about elite coaches, really. So this is one of the problems. What is obstacle? Obstacle can be on personal, interpersonal, or socio-cultural level. Lack of self-confidence, self-esteem, lack of specific skills, because for women, sometimes it is very difficult to get international experience. So without international experience, without a network, it is very hard for women to get the job of a coach. What we stated in the action plan, and it is the women who enter coaching are 4 times likely to stay if they have a female role model. So role models are also important for coaches, not only for athletes. Sometimes we are forgetting, and when promoting, we are promoting athletes, and their results. It's not about athletes. There's no good athletes without a coach. So I think this is also very important. I sum up here a little bit, and Nicola spoke about the mainstreaming and so on. Of course, we need data collection, and we need still research. And we need to have monitoring. It is also the same for the coaching and for the leadership as well. If you look at the European statistics, Eurostat, you will find only few information about the sport. For me, this is not good. But I spoke about this for many times and nothing is really happening, especially with indicators where we can compare the data between the countries. Look at the data. We cannot compare Croatia, Italy, Malta, whatever countries. No way, nothing. So we need this. We need education and recruitment. We need special protocols when ladies, when we are talking about the ladies. Because for women, it is not even easy to get information when something is going on within the federation, within the sport organization, because women are not within the network that is really needed. So I would say also that sometimes it is a problem of payment. Women are less paid as coaches in comparison with men. If you don't know, ask a little bit more in your countries, but you will find this. We need promotional campaigns. Sometimes it is a little bit easier when we are speaking about officiating. Nicola, I'm not sure if we meant also, let's say, ladies who would like to make transition from athletes to referees in sports. But I think this is covering this as well. For the referees, it's a little bit easier because the referees within sport usually have their own organization on international level. So if athlete would like to become a referee in specific sport, it is much easier. Because on a national level, on international level, there are commissions who are organizing educational seminars. So they know about it. And of course, we have to promote women coaches and officials as role models as well. If you look at the websites of international federations, very rarely you will find a woman coach, official that is important. No, this is not happening. If you look at now speaking about the leadership, 50-50, I'm glad that this is a goal, but this is still a far away goal. In Croatian Olympic Committee, in our statutory, we now adopted 30% of women at the council level. But looking at the council level, and now we are here, me and Morana Palikovic and Blanka Vlašić, we are 3 women out of 4 vice presidents of Croatian Olympic Committee. So you can see, wow, you know, what we achieved. But if we are looking at our assembly has about 120 members. Maybe 10 members are women. So it is always, you know, very questionable what we are looking for and how to make conclusions. At the European Institute for Gender Equality, our Master of Ceremony said that on average only 40% of all top decision positions in EU member states, federations were occupied by women. This is really the low thing. Reasons are quite different. And if you look at this slide, it is from organizational demography, hegemonic masculinity. Sometimes masculine attributes are overemphasized. Sometimes power games and stakeholder influences and so on. So networks and mentors, this is usually more influential in working more for men on the positions. And also some studies reported low aspiration of women. Sometimes women are not sure what to do. This is like men's world. We are not going to break this men's world and so on. So it is not easy. If we look at what we have to do, it is almost the same. So I'm not going to repeat this. Of course, we need data collection and planning. Of course, we would like to establish and implement 50% of representation and quota. And also about quota, I think that it passed 10 years and we were speaking about quota. To have quotas or not to have quotas. It was like a never-ending kind of a discussion on this. For me, it was also, I as every woman would like to be invited somewhere because of my skills, and not because only as I'm women. This is not good. But still, then I noticed some international federations from year to year completely change their executive boards from year to year. So those women that are new to executive boards are really not from that sport. But what is good, they keep the place. Then the good women that knows will follow. So, of course, we need quotas. And, of course, we need men as allies. So we need to empower men to become equality, gender equality promoters. We cannot do this alone as women. And, of course, for women leadership, we also need promotional campaigns and to raise awareness and educate sport leaders. And one of the IOC seminars that before COVID were usually in Lausanne, organized in March, were really very good because many women coming from international federations came to the seminar. And what is good on this seminar is not maybe the content of the seminar, because women get together and then they can start their own networks, which is important. I'm glad to have two quotes from Thomas Bach, that it is important advancing women in and through sport, and by joining hands and working together, sport can inspire the necessary changes and lead the way. Yes, this is the role of sport, to make some changes in our societies. And Janez Kocijancic, previous president of EOC, he said the leaders of the future have to be highly qualified, of both genders, and very well educated. And I think this is the truth. 2018, on one of the conferences, I think it was in Helsinki, Kirsti Ingram, Women Athletes Business Network, she works at Ernst Young, and here she gave some kind of evidence how women improved the business life. So, what they did. Let's say that women are more successful in cooperation, so the companies that have more diverse boards achieved 10% more income. This is important. And also the World Bank said that, if we have unequal representation, this will be a kind of expense. This should be counted as uneven representation as expense. So we have, to hurry a little bit and do something. So thinking what can be scientific contribution, for me, it was, of course, we have to do research, we have to evaluate our plans, and we have to establish the process of monitoring. If you look at all those plans that I was speaking about, it is, evaluation and monitoring is maybe mentioned in 2 sentences at the end of the plans, but you're not sure how, when, what to do, who should do what. So we have to have good evaluation and monitoring. And as practitioners in a sports system, we, of course, have to stay motivated. This is one of the problems. When you are working like 10 years, 15 years, and nothing really happened, you become, you are not motivated, said, okay, something will happen. It's not only on me. But, each of us have to be motivated. And plans are not to collect dust. They need to be implemented. And the plan to be implemented need leadership. Leadership means that someone is taking care about the priorities and time frames as well. We have to know, what's going on after 5 years if plan is not implemented. And of course, we need progress. And when progress is measurable and achieved, it works again as a motivating factor. So this is a Fair Play Congress. I can only say at the end that there's no fair play, really, without the gender equality. Okay. Thank you.
Hvala, Sanda. Ladies and gentlemen, dear students, I truly believe that you enjoyed the presentation of our two keynote speakers, Nicola and Sanda. Their analysis linked to the European Commission High-Level Working Group on Equality in Sport make us conscious that about the work that has been achieved, but also about the challenges that are still to come. I would also like to thank Romana for the leadership in this first session of the Congress. Relying on the presentations of Nicola and Sanda, we now have the opportunity to move to a panel discussion with our two keynote speakers and some distinguished panelists. My colleague, Kole, to whom I will give the floor in a few seconds, will present you on our panelists. But let me briefly introduce Kole. Above being the master of ceremony of these 2 days, Kole is also a scientific researcher at the Free University of Brussels. He is the chair of the consultative committee of EPAS, Council of Europe, and he was also the rapporteur of the EC High-Level Working Group on Gender Equality. In the specific context of the European Fair Play movement, Kole is a strategic advisor to the President, and Kole, I would like to give you the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Zins. My footprints are here this morning, so I will maybe speak from here to invite the different panelists on the table here to enjoy a panel discussion. So I'm inviting Professor Laura Capranica, Charles Kamenzuli, Dottoressa Sara Carfoli, Dottoressa Flavia Guidotti e Professoressa Catarina Pesce. This was the first question, Mr. Kamenzuli? It's you sitting next to Nicola, you know. Just maybe to underline one topic on one of my duties with the Council of Europe, just to underline that for the first time in the Council of Europe, in the consultative committee, we have a gender equality rapporteur. So if I do well my job, I will not work too much now, because I would like to ask you, usually I ask only one question, and I ask all the people to answer, to the panelists. And maybe if you would like to, I will briefly introduce, so Laura Capranica, professor at University of Foro Italico, Catarina Pesce, assistant professor at the same university, Flavia Guidotti, she's dottoressa in Scienza Motrice, Sport Sciences, involved with many EU projects and high-level athlete, and Sara Carfoli, representing the Italian Committee of Motor Sciences with us. So, easy question. Maybe I will ask Mr. Delorme and Mr. Chorak to answer the last. And Mr. Kamenzuli, as you start to speak, maybe I will kindly ask you to speak the last as well. So let's start maybe with Mrs. Pesce, but one question for all, okay? So with the topic of today, how do you link gender equality, fair play, and peace? Easy question, isn't it? You have 5 minutes each of you. So, Professoressa Pesce, you're happy about the question.
Yes, thank you for the relevant and difficult question. I perceive in my vision, and I was very interested in seeing how the topic was moving on, and the efforts from the top level to the implementation. So I think, of course, they are interconnected. And we have different stakeholders, different scientists, different people coming to these interconnected topics. I see this from the bottom, from the children, where I work most. And the main problem is the child is as a whole, and the topics of fair play, of gender equality, they are all interconnected in a broader life skills education. So in my opinion, we have the cascade process from the policymakers, but we can also move not only top down, but also bottom up. So starting as early as possible. We have documents, but of course the cascade process and the circular relationship has several steps, and we have facilitators, constraints and barriers which can act on this flow to make it happen. So looking at the bottom-up part for children, I think as early as possible we must introduce to sports children with a life skills approach, linking cognitive development of those cognitive functions which are linked to life skills. And the basic thing is enjoyment to grow through play. So we have several issues because, for instance, girls develop differently than boys. They have different motor competence, developing differently. They have a different perception of competence, unfortunately mostly lower than the real level. And they have different motivations. So from the beginning we must bring them with the right motivation, looking at differentiation in while working in groups, to make it possible that they develop their skills to be together. And as it was seen, they presented very well the problems of racial issues, homophobia, gender issues. They are all clustered. And so we must address it holistically, because the child is, holism does not mean a reductionism to the whole, but looking at the interconnection of the multifaceted aspects of the positive components, cognition, life skills, motor competence, all developing together, and also the issues which are faced, which are clustered. So I think there is a circular relationship between these themes, from the bottom-up, top-down policy to the implementation, and bottom-up, starting from the beginning with education. I don't know any other powerful mean than education.
Grazie.
Prego.
Dottoressa Carfolli. On the same question.
Good evening. I'm Sara Carfoli. I'm a member of Italian Committee of Motor Science. Thank you for the questions. So we are actually working to improve, to sustain the importance of women as a role models, and we strongly believe that the role of the women are really important to develop the leadership skills and the self-efficacy from to supporting girls from a young age. So we need to improve the education from starting from the young age, and we need to increase the participation of the young the young girls in sports because they need to develop their leadership skills and self-efficacy. So I want to just give you some number about Italian situation of sports. We have 44 sports federation, and we have only two women at the top. And so we really need that women are actually marginalized from decision making and leadership sphere. So we really need to do better. And we want to sustain that we need to create a positive cycle. I mean, women should be inspire other women to become leaders and to become better, to do a better work in a sport, because sport represents an important part of our life and our model cultural. Thank you.
Grazie. Flavia Guidotti, Relation, Gender Equality, Fair Play, Peace. You've been a high-level athlete, you're a coach.
Well, I was thinking about how to answer to this very difficult question. For me, in my point of view, and I speak now with the hat of the woman coach, working in professional volleyball for many years, being the only woman together with only just men, surrounded by just men colleagues and men supervisors, sport directors. It's a vicious cycle, because if we don't have any woman promoting other women, we wouldn't have in the future. And about it, I have an anecdote. Once I was working in a club with a woman sport director who very honestly told me, look, you are the first woman coach that I hire. And I say, okay, because it's just the way also women are used. I mean, in my position, it was the strength and conditioning coach. There are not many women. Women coaches are growing in the fitness sector, in the youth sport, but not in the professional high-level sport. So she was just not used to have a woman working in a professional environment. So since we don't have women hiring other women, the thing will just continuing confirming itself, so the system wouldn't change. Of course, this is also the way we behave on a daily basis that would affect the world where we live. So to promote peace, we have to have a more balanced society, which comes also from gender equality. So on a daily basis, everybody should behave in a way that we provide equity to all people in order to provide them the same opportunities to reach the goals they want to achieve. Of course, sport is not just a fair place, because of course there is competition, but fair play could help in this way, in this regard. I mean, although there is competition, and to achieve a professional position in sport, it's a long way to go. It's a long way, and you have to be competitive against your competitors, let's say, but should be done in a fair way. So everybody should have the same opportunity. So for me, the answer to your question is that it's a vicious cycle, but if we start from the very small things on a daily basis in our local sport club and then to the top of major sport organizations, we could do a very good job in this regard.
Grazie Flavia. Professore Presidente Capranica, before giving the floor to Mr. Camezzulli.
Okay, I couldn't agree more with Caterina. We are educators, okay? And education is a very long process. And education, it's also very difficult because you are the byproduct of a certain society. And the generation you educate are different from you because they belong to a progressive society. And it is really a pity when you don't realize that they keep up with the values that should be taken into account in everyday life. So we are in sports, and in Europe sports includes movement from grassroots, physical activity in general. And I am a professor of sports sciences, teaching at the master level in sport management, where the women are not, female students are not very well represented. In adapted physical activity, where women are very well represented, and in sport coaching, where women are very less represented, the least represented. Now, I don't like to talk about gender, about women. Gender is gender. Gender is can be also an issue for a man. In my executive board at master level, there are 2 women and a man. When a man dropped his position, another woman came up and she said, I would like to take that position. I said, no, I need gender equality. I mean, I need another gender. Obviously, it's very difficult to get the LGBTI and plus Q plus, and because there are 3 of us, so it is very difficult. But the thing is gender. I would like to think that if you respect the other, and this is coming with fair play, with coming for peace, for war, you respect the gender. And the role of education is to put the seed and to help the plant to grow bigger. Now, who helped the plant growing bigger? Obviously, the policies. So if we have good values, first of all, the values. Secondly, because it's the ground where you put the seed. And then the policies. So policies in Europe, there is not a quota. It is a gender representation. Once you are doing a project and you say, do you have 1/3 gender representation? They don't ask you whether you have 1/3 woman or they say 1/3 gender representation. It might be possible you were unbalanced in one side or in another side. There is no problem. Obviously in sport it's a problem because we almost always are unbalanced naturally because the values of sport is stronger, faster, higher, which means who goes faster? The man goes faster. Who goes higher? The man jump higher. Who is stronger? The man is stronger. But is this what we rely on, the record, or we rely on the fact that you as a human being, as a potential, you can have opportunity to get faster according to your talent, higher and stronger. if we change this vision that faster is the one who passed the finish line as an absolute time, then I think that also fair play and war come along, because we are having a broader view. So values first, but interpreting the value in a broad way, and the education, which is the seed, and the policies, which are the poles where the plant can be supported through the development. Thank you, sorry.
The shortest ever. Just before passing the floor to President Camezzulli, that you are referring to the Olympic motto that you know that now add the word together only for 1 year. So I think that there is perspective, a strong message there also in the Olympic movement to go ahead. President Camezzulli, on the same question between the relation, gender equality, fair play and peace.
Yes, if we start this argument, how to have gender equality and fair play, my conclusions will come from what I've heard this afternoon. Both Nicholas in his report, Sandra in her intervention. But before I start, to some points I jotted down from their presentations. There was no reference in both reports on educating the parents on the matter. She is lying. I think that is a point how we have to start in our world of sport to educate parents, because as Sandra also mentioned, normally the mother is at home taking care of the children, but also the mother, sometimes she is the policy maker of the family. And when it comes that she has a girl at home, maybe she prefers that the girl, she will be a good ballet dancer, a good pianist. So from that point of view, I think that a sector of the mentality of some parents can take us away from what we really wish to have, this fair play of boys and girls having an equal mix-up. Now I pass to the other pinpoints. It is interesting what Nicolas said in his report, that 14% in federations are only women. But can we start first to see the mentality within the federations also, and the clubs who form part of the federations, what are they doing to introduce women or from a tender age girls in sport? Because you cannot put just a 40-year-old woman, you tell her now you can be the general secretary or you can be the president. It has to be a gradual development. What is interesting, what Sandra said about the Croatian Olympic Committee, it is that now, if I take everything now from my point of view, from media-wise, now with the head of AIPS, both of AIPS and AIPS Europe, Sandra said there are 3 or 4 vice presidents, am I right? Yes. And you had in your General Assembly 10 from 100 delegates. So that pattern 1 month ago was exactly what we had in our section, because we had 2. Okay, I was lucky in AIPS Europe because I had two women candidates for the election. And both of them, they were elected, and on a positive note, that they got the most votes, because one of them, she is from Greece, Spasya Veronaki, she got 39 votes from 40, and another one, Nargis Ismailov from Azerbaijan, she got 38 votes. So the two women, they are there. But globally in AIPS, we have 3 from 5 vice presidents who are women. And in our General Assembly, we had 110 associations, and about 10, maximum 12, was the women presidents. But on the other side, 6 or 7 years ago, we had presented to the General Assembly a motion to give a rather, I want to say gender equality, a rather bigger presence to women in the executive. And the question from the women present at our General Assembly was that no, for them, if you give me places just to have women in your executive, it's going to be discriminatory. We want to go out in the ballot, and if we are elected, we are elected. If we are not elected, you're not elected. So this matter, it is quite sometimes contradictory, because you can find a sector, even in a sector of sport, where, because you mentioned that faster, higher, and stronger, normally we refer to men. But if I take it from my media side, if I give the final of the 100 meters of the women of the World Championships or of the Olympic Games, I said that Mrs. so-and-so won the 100 meters. She is the fastest girl in the 100 meters. So the man is the fastest one in the men's sector. The other one, she's faster in the women's sector. I mean, that's also the physiognomy of the structure of the whole things. And another matter is, let's give an example again. I go for from the media side. Can I imagine gender equality in synchronized swimming, for instance? No. But in the other sport, for instance, before, until a few years ago, there was a barrier in sports, in shooting sports. I don't know if there is anyone now here who's in shooting sports. Nowadays, in shooting, women, the increase of women in shooting competitions, it is higher. Like when I don't know, there is now the new one, the double trap men and women, the women in various categories, which until a few years ago were dominated by men. So a change in certain mentality there is. If we go also to the statistics of football, which is by far it takes a bigger part of the cake in sport. If we see how the popularity it burst up of women football, the last World Championships, if we see the figures, how it went up, even viewership, it is something. We don't have to be that much negative as regards this diversion to have the 50-50, but we are there almost. I am always optimist.
Thank you, President.
I took more than 5 minutes? Yes.
I don't count, but it was. Laura, you want to answer? I'm sure that you want to answer.
Yes, she was going to answer.
No, when I made when I mentioned the basic principle of higher, faster, and stronger, I did not want to say that there is not a female and man category, obviously, because we have this quoted whatever. But I was at the ISF when in a gender panel, And then I said, I come from a men's sport, basketball. And then there was the guy who was the head of the basketball, the FIBA in the ISF in France. And he said afterwards, he told me, you know what, I am really, angry at you because you said that basketball is not for women. And I say, yes, basketball is not for women, but I was a basketball player. What does it mean? That it's, we say Vox Populi, Vox Dei. Everybody says so, it's true. Basketball is men's basketball. If I ask anybody, did you watch a basketball match? The person sees a men's basketball. I have to specify, did you watch women basketball? And I come from a culture...
I watch women basketball.
Obviously.
Because the team is better than the men team.
No, but the funny thing is that I was in the basketball environment, and basketball was taken in the first basketball match in Italy was played by women, but then basketball is a men's sport. So, as if you talk about sport, you see men's sport. But I would like to solve the question. Sport is not gendered. Sport is not gendered. I don't want to see men or women or whatever. Sport is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to express your potential. And if this is the case, there is no better thing that being respectful for yourself, for the others, and do it together. So this is the, I don't think that many think about the way I think or act the way I wish they would act in this regard. Because it comes out from their background, what they felt, and so on.
Thank you. The students are here, but the lesson... I will give the floor to... No, come mai. I will give now the floor to Nicola De Rome, Sandra Ciorak, but of course to my fellow colleagues on the same question, but to my fellow colleagues of the high-level group, I will add, of course, one question to make it easier for you. And as I'm part of the group as well, why we didn't mention fair play for 1.5 years in the high-level group on gender equality? But don't forget the first question, so you have 2 questions.
You won't like my answer. I do not think that's a good question. According to me, it's better if we cannot find any link between fair play and gender equality. Let me explain. An easy shortcoming would be that we can see gender equality as a result of a fair play attitude. And for me, it's very bad to think that way. Gender equality should be incorporated in the DNA of any sport organization. It should be embodied in any sport leader, in any sport decision makers. It should not be seen as a result of any fair play attitudes. So for me, it's better if we cannot see any direct link, at least, between gender equality and fair play. So I think it answers the second question too. That's why it's not in the report. And I definitely agree that a lot of people will disagree with me, but we can agree on what is agreement afterwards if we want to discuss this issue.
Knowing you well, I'm not surprised that you go to the point. Professor Ciorak.
I spoke quite a lot, but regarding this question, for me the answer is very easy. Gender equality is principle of fair play, and of course I perceive it like this. And if we have 50% of women in population, we need this in sport, whatever. It is not a question of specific sport. Of course that in combat sports we are going to have less women, and in ice skating or synchronized swimming we are going to have more women, of course. But this is no problem. There should be in average 50%. And of course without peace there's no sport. But I would like just to, speaking about basketball or some other sports, I would like to give just the example of judo, my sport. This is male-dominated sport still, but in clubs we work together, men and women. There's no special women club in judo and men club, no. We have championships, European World Championships together. So in judo it is interesting for everyone to see. An audience is also just watching men and women. At the World Championships we have usually 2 categories per day, one women category and one men category, and there's no problem. It is interesting for all to watch. So maybe for some team sports and so on, working together on a joint championship can be really an answer. Working together, as you say.
Thank you. No, scusa, facciamo le domande adesso della sala, dunque non c'è problema. Anticipato 2 minuti. Thank you very much, Nicola. It's a teacher's conversation.
Just a quick comment on this discussion. We should be cautious because stereotypes about sport practices are very linked to cultural aspects. For example, in my country, basketball is a very neutral sport. In Europe, soccer is a very male sport, whereas in US it's seen as a female sport. So it's a bit more complex than just something that's straightforward.
Don't worry, Nicola, we knew that the French will make it a little bit more complex. So. Thank you very much, Professor Delorme. We give you the floor now to the audience, maybe after the President of USU, and after the President of USU, the delegate from San Marino.
One? Oh. Okay, 2. Even I was a sprinter, I'm much slower in the Congress. So if I may, I would like to come back to some notes I took based on the 2 keynote speakers. And my first question would go to Dr. Sandra, to make sure, correct? Because if I read it well on one of your slides, I am in the wrong Congress. In the wrong Congress because you said we should start with equity before equality. Yeah. So I have 2 questions. Are we going too fast? And if we had to change the content because we should do equity, gender equity, what would be the content of the next Congress?
I'm not sure if I understood quite well your question. What I was mentioning is really that the way to achieve equality is through equity. Yeah. Because it's not the same to give something the same to women and to men, because women at the moment need more support. So this is the reason why I said that we need equity before equality. Equality at the end mean 50-50, and this is our goals. We are not there. So when we are speaking about the equality is a goal. But, you know, the way to achieve is through equity, to give everyone what they need. And women need more funding, more support, more colleagues, more family support, and so on. This is the reason why I put the difference between equity and equality. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yes, but my question was, you say we are not able today to speak so far because we are not in the position to say we are talking gender equality before to talk about gender equity.
No,
That's
we can
what you
speak.
say.
No, we can speak about gender equality, of course, because it is.
But I understand, but the starter should be equity.
Equity, yes.
So we are going too fast. We should
Why?
restart thinking about the content of our congresses, starting with equity instead of equality.
I agree.
You agree?
Yes.
So you will help us to create something around gender equity instead
Really,
of...
gender equity, yes.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
So we are just giving the floor to the room. If you want to ask a question, please give your name, the organization you represent, and then you give your question.
My name is Riccardo Venturini, San Marino Fair Play Committee and President of Pierre de Coubertin Committee. I am also member of the Steering Committee of Youth and Social Cohesion in the Council of Europe. My question was very interesting here, but it's not so easy when the slides are blue and white. Usually it's better the opposite, because maybe we can read with the black and the white in the... But the sport for the women is rhythmic gymnastic. I don't know male, but if you know someone, you can introduce me, and I want offer the possibility. Not formally. I need 1 minute more. I'm very sorry. I pay attention to you, and you have a monotone rhythm. I'm very sorry, my voice is so strong. But in my experience, the best gender equality example is Disney Mulan. If you know the video, I am happy. If you don't know, I show you what it is, the example. Thank you very much.
Can I answer one thing? Completely agree. Sport is not gendered. Sport is not gendered. Rhythmic gymnastics worldwide has men and mixed team championship. The problem is they only segregated sports discipline at the Olympics, because before there was boxing for men, and now we have boxing with women, for women now also different. They have the helmet, the other don't have, but weightlifting was, and wrestling, and also trampoline jumping in winter sports. Now they are not segregated any longer. There were 2 sports segregated, synchronized swimming, and now it's not segregated, and rhythmic gymnastics, which is still segregated. But there is a worldwide movement on rhythmic gymnastics, male team and mixed team. And in my university, rhythmic gymnastics is taught to the male students and female students since 1980. Why? Because rhythmic gymnastics is a background, cultural background for all the teachers, independently from their gender. So this is it. Completely agree. Talk to the president of the IOC and ask for introducing rhythmic gymnastics for men. Thank you.
Professor Delorme.
I definitely agree with what Professor Kapranica said. We just have this impression in my country, you said worldwide and you're right, why we do have this impression? Because of media. Media do not talk about men synchronized swimming, do not talk about male rhythmic gymnastics and so on, but it exists. And at the rivers too, we do not have a lot of female rugby or female boxing in media. That's why we have this impression that it does not exist, but it does. So media participate in the creation and the reproduction of stereotypes and social representations.
Merci. Question suivante.
Hello everyone, my name is Casper. I am a director of Olympic education at Lithuania National Olympic Committee. First of all, I want to thank the speakers, Dr. Nicola and Dr. Sanda, for great presentations, as well as the keynote speakers for amazing input. Firstly, the Tokyo 2020 Olympics had the lowest gender gap, in fact, in terms of participants, and in a few years in Paris Olympics, experts say that there should be equality or even more female athletes than male athletes. So I think we should celebrate that progress because we're definitely going the right way. But however, the problem is still there. So initially my question was for Dr. Nicola and Dr. Sand. Sorry? Yep. Too loud. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, so initially my question was for both Dr. Nicola and Dr. Sanda. However, you all can answer because I think we all share the same mindset. So you mentioned that education and communication are one of the main aspects when considering promotion of gender equality. And what are some of the tools you think should be implemented or used for us as organizations or individuals facing this issue? Just some examples or tools or procedures you think should be effective, because during this time I heard a lot of inspiring words such as inspiring, motivating, empowering, such as etc. However, what are some concrete examples or specific procedures we should consider, like using daily or on our daily routines, if that makes sense? Thank you.
I can, yeah, okay. Thank you for the question, but it is not easy to answer. There are quite a lot of tools that you can implement. At the International Judo Federation, I also have to work with the countries, you know, that are very traditional and so on, and it is not easy. Let's say first you have to work. Whatever work means. It means sometimes speaking with every person who is involved and who can help to see what kind of activities can be organized. Of course, you have the action plan, it is like a template, you know. You can just say, okay, maybe this year we can implement these few activities and see that the activities are kind of equally represented. Let's say we can work on one educational seminar, then okay, we can have a Zoom meetings with specific stakeholders. Then of course we can work with media, because we were not speaking about media portrayal. This is for women, you know, only some small percentages of women's sport are represented on TV or other media. So you have to decide what is in a way easier for you. And you know, to be constant. If you are constant in the media and, you know, if you supply information, if you speak with the coaches, if you work on the indicators, let's say on the data, to see, you know, from the national federations or regional federations, you know, work on the platform where coaches can meet and have the description, you know, of their activities that can help. You know, I can advise you to look at the International Judo Federation. You have Gender Equality Commission with the documents. And within the documents, you will find at least 20 or 30 countries with the case studies. You can look at this. So there's no problem which sport is, but, you know, start working.
Professor Ore.Fair on the same topic.
I can very well understand your need to ground then all what we say and what we read and what we produce. I think good ways are to look at implementation projects which are maybe widespread. For instance, I work in a public-private partnership where we have developed a holistic model of child development, which is yet spreading in several countries and several continents, but not spreading with my face getting older. This adapts to the environments. The big challenge is it is a local community where local communities, I start networking them to have exchange, because there are universal needs for all the children. And then there are specificities. So we are in Mexico in areas with drug traffic and children so facing with having no parents, and so and there must be adapted. Or in California and Tennessee, we Save the Children. We have environments in which children are very poor, isolated, and they need support for academic learning, so physically active learning, and so. And then I'm now trying to network. So you have to look at projects which are, there are several, not many, which are good and then widespread, and then how they are networked to create a community of practice. But I was still not satisfied, even though I'm working in this direction, and I wanted to ground it even more. So I stopped working in the academic world for 1 year, and I'm now a primary PE teacher in Berlin, in a district with the highest rates of migrants from Arabic countries, and we are facing problem of violence. And of course, in a time in which it is dramatic, the situation worldwide, and I'm facing these challenges because I was far from the ground for a long time. I wanted to say, so how can we integrate females? Because males don't want to have them in their teams because they lose because they're weaker. And then I create alterations of games where not only speed or power matter, but so it is a combination also of cognitive components, of other components, which can make the difference having also girls. So when I spoke about life skills education, it's also appreciating differences between children. And then, of course, in this particularly challenging quarter, Neukölln in Berlin, there is a lot of violence. So they are clustered. When I read, and so I have also a problematic cluster, and I finish because I am foreigner, I am old, I am woman, and they have a lot of Arabic children from Arabic countries. For them is not gender equality or gender equity is not a matter, so I have a lot of negative sides to deal with. So I think implementation, it is a long path. We must be able to move between policies and documents and looking for projects which are worldwide or expanding, and then the communities of practice, always looking at the ground, of course, and then circular relationship.
Thank you, Professor Pesce. Professor Delorme, the question was addressed to you. Maybe short.
Yeah, just a quick reminder that the report includes an annex with 80 illustrative projects, and some of them are directly related to your question. If I should add a little thing, I think that a good educational tools should be a tool that deconstruct stereotypes through sport practice, through a video or something like that, but you should target this first.
Thank you. We have a last question, I think, from Croatia.
Again. Okay. My name is Danira Bilic. I'm president of the Croatian Fair Play Committee. And my question goes to keynote speakers. It's about the research that has been done on EU level about the gender equality in sport that you have been talking about. And my question is, do you have some data, some numbers about the media coverage of women's and men's sport on EU level? I'm asking that because in Croatia has been done the similar research, and the results for women's sport were really bad. It's approximately 4%, the coverage of women's sport comparing with the men's sports. So it would be nice to be able to compare with the results on EU level. And to the end, I would just like to say that I'm not agreed that basketball is men's sport. Thank you.
Floor is yours. I don't know who would like to. Nicola?
Yeah.
I don't know, Flavia?
Well, I know the topic because I'm working on sport media. Here we have something very important to say, that sometimes women, are you well seated, are strongly overrepresented in media coverage. It is the case during Olympic Games. Since London 2012, at each Olympics worldwide, women are overrepresented, which is good. The main issue is the day-to-day coverage. It varies according to the countries, but more or less at the TV it's between 15 and 20%, and in written press it's between 7 and 10% only. Of course, in some countries it's a bit more, in other countries it's a bit less, but apart from the Olympic Games, which is definitely a good spot to promote women's sport, women are more or less invisible. So there's a lot of things to do, and I definitely believe that it's a public issue. In many countries we have public media. It's a political choice to put 50-50% of media coverage. You cannot force a private media to do a 50-50. You can try to convince him, showing him that, okay, you can have an additional audience, additional money, and so on by doing that. But for me, at the very beginning, it's a public issue. We all have public media. They should do their job. And it's a political issue. But it's the same for the 50-50 quota in sport organization. I mean, it's pretty easy to organize an extraordinary General Assembly and modify the statutes, the rules and regulations to say, okay, nowadays we should have half women, half men. It's a political choice.
Thank you, Professor Delorme. Professor Pesce?
I would like, I was posed questions, and now I want to pose one question to you. That is, in regards of gender issues in sports, is there interest, are there documents as concerns the presence of females in the sports sciences, so in the science side, of course? Because I was wondering, for instance, as an associate editor of some scientific journals, also especially now in the Elsevier journals, we have the policy of equality, so we are trying to get targets, to reach targets of gender equality, racial equality, also from developing countries and so on. And this is a perceived issue. And on the other side, also in publications, that is, on the one side we have the issues that we must try to get the best possible papers. On the other side, we are evaluated as a journal as regards the equality as concerns developing countries versus developed countries and gender. And just today, when I was traveling by train and by bus to come here, I was answering my emails working in the bus, and I was just answering an Iranian woman who had submitted to the Mental Health and Physical Activity Journal, where I am associate editor, and she asked for an extension of deadline, and I also added, so she was close to the end, it will be published, and this is also a problem because we must accompany those papers to publication because they are usually weaker. but she's close to the end. And I also added to her, not only, okay, the deadline extended, but I told her, I admire you because you are facing so big challenges now with high human risks for you, particularly women. And I asked her, so stay resilient. And of course, the paper is going, you can have the extension, is going to be published. But I was wondering if also this part of equality in publications of females, especially from developing countries or countries where women are now under conditions of violence, and also in the editorial boards, is a relevant issue. I think so. I was only asking if it is in the policies included. Thank you.
The last word goes to
just to add on discussion on TV media coverage of sport. I think that the media is nowadays is kind of a mirror of society. And the media are sometimes more interested in stories about the athletes, not really about their results. And some of the athletes I spoke with, they are not really willing to share their life stories or, what they are doing in their lives and so on. Because they said, we have to prepare, we have to compete, there's so many things we have to do, and to speak about media, what are my hobbies and so on, they're not really inclined to this. Of course, at the Olympic Committee and probably in your countries as well, we have to work with the athletes, with women athletes, how to do this, not to come to a women and sex agenda or so on, but to have nice stories. We need to have role models, but not really maybe in a way that media usually, try to get. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Chorak. You just generate a happy hour for the questions, so I see that some people would like to have a second question. So I take the risk to give the floor to Professor Kapranica.
Oh, sorry.
I have just one question, is that we were talking about data gathering and monitoring. In terms of gender in the sport management, there was the Sydney scoreboard, where each country was represented with the amount of women, and it disappeared. It disappeared. I know this because Flavia was the one who was providing the data for Italy, and nobody, none from the Olympic Committee provided, and now it disappeared. So we had data, we don't have them anymore. The other is instead, it's a duty. The two of us have a deep duty, because we are member of the European Task Force on Satellite Sports Account, which is how much is valuable to invest in sports to get economic return. And we are working on harmonization. Now, the two of us will put gender and fair play into this satellite sports account. So if you agree, there are two out of how many of us? 50, 60, I don't know. But actually, we will do it. So it's promised.
Thank you for these relatively short interventions.
So just
we start with you, we finish with you, Nicola. Thank you.
A short last comment about media. It's pretty easy to accuse media, but let's see what we are doing as sport organization. Many sport organizations, both in their internal and external communication, promote men and male sport. Just have a look on social networks of the IOC, of the EOC, of any international federation, any national federation. You will see they promote male sport. So it's pretty easy to accuse media. Yes, we have problems with media, but we also have big problems with sport organizations. And we should take this into account too.
Thank you, Professor Delorme. Thank you to the audience. Thank you for the questions that generate a lot of feedbacks and comments from the speakers and the panelists. So thank you very much to all of you, and my privilege now to give back the floor to Professor Thierry Zins for the second main part of the program. Thank you. Thank you to all of you.
So thank you to everybody. I do believe at this time we have more questions than solutions, and this is very good because we are going to the discussion panels. So we will create 4 groups, and I will give you a short explanation on the way we will do that. So as you can see, Commissioner Maria Gabriel considers gender equality as a big priority for the European Union and for herself. As a union, we strive to empower everyone to realize their full potential, no matter their background of gender. Sport is no exception. No woman or girl should be left behind. This was a quote of Commissioner Maria Gabriel. This being said, we will create 4 discussion groups for the next 30 minutes. One group will be seated in the front on the left, one group will be seated in the front on the right, one group will go on the back on the left, and one group will go on the back on the left, on the right. So we remain in this room. As for the students, if you agree, I suggest that some of you go with group 1, some of you go with group 2, with group 3, with group 4, that you split within the groups. Group 1 should bring together representatives of the national Olympic committees with Romana. And Romana stood up here. Romana, can I suggest you go in the back on the left? Back left. Group 2, the national fair play organizations, will go with Robert, and I suggest you come in front on the left, where Robert is. Group 3, World, European and National Sports Federations would go with Kole, and I suggest, Kole, you go in the back on the right side. And Group 4 will go with Linda. Linda is there, and I suggest you come, Linda, in the front on the right side. We have a comment from Robert. There is no coffee break. Then we take 5 minutes break, and then we start with the groups. One more explanation, please. You have 3 questions to answer, and I will alternate this slide with the next one who takes all the key recommendations of the working group. So at the end of the 30 minutes, the 4 facilitators will be asked to come in front and to present a short synthesis of their discussion. So 5-minute breaks, and in 5 minutes we start. Thank you. please. You have a reminder here. The group of Romana is there in the back. The group of Robert is here in the front. The group of Cole should be in the back on the right side. And the group of Linda is in front here. And we have exactly 30 minutes. so that we are all together in front of the room. And one group asked me for 30 more seconds. They get it. So may I ask to Robert, to Romana, to Linda, and to Cole to join me on the stage. Go here.
Be careful.
And may I ask everybody to take a seat in front of the room. Downstairs. One floor downstairs. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, I will now give the floor to the 4 rapporteurs for a short report of their group. Robert, would you like to join us? And I give the floor to Romana to begin. Allow me to say ladies first.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thanks a lot for all representatives of the Olympic committees that participated in this panel or this discussion. So we have representatives from the Bulgarian Olympic Committee, Azerbaijan Olympic Committee, Latvian, Lithuanian, Croatian Olympic Committee, and Slovak Olympic Committee. So the first question was, can you put on the slide with the questions? I forget. Okay, so why is gender equality important? We agree that it's important as a human right, as a good governance principle, also as a mirror of general population, also as a harmony and balance, and which means an influence on society progress, and unity and diversity. Shall I go forward? Okay. Regarding the key recommendations, the most important for our group is, from the participation, set up mechanism to encourage the practice of sport by all girls and women. In leadership, raise awareness of the value of diverse gender representation on executive committees. Media coverage, the same results, encourage media organizations to hire gender editors and improve their gender balance, and raise sport journalist awareness of biases in coverage of women in sport. And the last, gender-based violence, implement educational and prevention programs at all levels. The answer on the third is the barriers. We recognize the most important barriers: a lack of women's self-esteem.
May I ask the people in the back of the room not to speak, please, so that we hear what is said here.
Also, the second is motivation, which is depend on the culture, tradition on national level. And the barrier is that we recognize too much or to over-promotion of gender equality. We thought that it is important to promote gender equality in all fields, in different fields in society, and also we also thought that, for example, for the next election, if we will have more women as a leadership, as a president of the, for example, European Olympic committees, it will be good example for the national Olympic committees, because the problem is that we have more women in administration and more men on the leader decision, as a leader decision maker, and the barrier is that that we thought that the man is better decision maker than woman, and it is not true. Of course, depend on the competences, etc. So also, I don't know if you knew that for the next, Biserka, correct me if I made some wrong, for the next election, it is prescribed or adopted the rule there, where is the 40% women in sport has to be on General Assembly. And something in NOC, of course, thank you. And something very important for that, to provide that, is the programs and financial resources. And related to Fair Play card, Azerbaijan Olympic Committee, Bulgarian Olympic Committee, Poland Olympic Committee, and sorry, not Poland, but Croatian Olympic Committee provided Fair Play card on the competition for the youngster. And I think that we are a good example, and we can share knowledge for the other Olympic Committee to use it, because this is the fair play activities, the main fair play activities. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Romana. Linda?
Okay, thanks to my group, first of all, for the very good discussion, even if in the end they told me good luck with the report, because it was not so easy. It was a very interesting discussion, and concerning the first point, gender equality, and we were people coming from different experiences, so I think this contributed also to enrich this discussion and to put also the focus on the things that it's also different when we talk about professional level, grassroots level, but it's important to work on all the levels. Another important thing that came out during the discussion was that it's important also when we talk about gender equality to think about the definition of gender equality, what we mean about that, and also concerning the fair play, we pointed out that it's important to understand what we mean with that. Also because we come from different contexts, and so in different contexts the challenges and things to be taken into consideration can be also different. So these were two things on which the group agreed. Concerning the importance of promoting gender equality, we agreed that this is important because this allows diversity, and diversity is something that actually enriches the society. We heard also during the presentation that it's half potential is represented by women, so we agreed on this concept. Also, promoting gender equality is important to respect identity, so to leave people being themselves, and this is connected to fighting stereotypes, because we think that actually there's a lot of stereotypes that prevent many people in the society to give their contribution, and so it's very important to support that, and promoting gender equality is part of that. Concerning we didn't pick exactly the point of the recommendations, but we used them to discuss in a broader way. And the idea is that it's important to raising awareness also for the things that I mentioned before, the things that not always the definition is clear. And we were discussing also about the fact that even if we have some data, and very important and valuable data, it's also important to think how to use this data. For example, when we think about the grassroots level, not all the sport clubs can use the same data the same way. Sometimes you need to find a different language to be sure that these outcomes can be really usable. Then it's important also to work to contrast the cultural norms, because sometimes something is given for granted. So if children have some models in the society, also in the professional field, we need to change this perspective, also changing this kind of models. It's very important to share good examples, so we agree also with your point, because sometimes it's not necessary to reinvent the wheel, but it's important also to take the examples from what already exists. Like we said also during the presentation, we all agreed that it's important to implement what we say in practice, so going into the field. And we mentioned, of course, also education, and someone mentioned physical education teachers, because it's important also to work with them and to start working with children. We talked a lot about barriers also, and something very important was the language, the media language also, because sometimes it's the media language which contributes to perpetuate these stereotypes. And we noticed that not only male journalists, but sometimes also female journalists, they continue the same, on the same path. This is something that maybe sometimes we don't notice, but which act in our mentality directly. So another barrier is change mentality, because of course this process can be, it's a long process, it's not something that we can change from scratch. Then, what I said before, that we need to consider the single context. And also another thing that we were discussing is that when it comes to media react positively when there is a profit. So sometimes they shed light when there is an interest, and this is something that I asked also the question how we can change that. Of course, it's a big question we could then discuss and solve in a few minutes. But it's something that if we start thinking about, maybe step by step we can do something. So we concluded that what we need to do, also thinking about our own reality, is working first to fight stereotypes, but not only stereotypes in the sport field, but starting from the sport field to address stereotypes in the entire society, and starting with children, because it's very important to start with them. I don't know if I managed to... Okay, you wrap it. Perfect.
Grazie, signora. Robert?
Thank you. Composition of our working group did not represent gender equality because we were only 3 and I was minority. Nevertheless, experience was very nice, so I believe we had a good communication and good cooperation. Regarding the gender equality importance, why we should talk about it, why we should implement it, at the beginning it was very clearly because the United Nations requires that we do that as a part of a human right. That's on the formal declaration. Secondly, we believe that gender equality somehow also reflects the society. So if our society is imbalanced, let's leave the percentage up or down, that we should believe that should also be represented in sports on many different levels. Because, as it was said before, diversity we will benefit from diversity on many different levels. That is experienced from many different areas, not only sport. On the other hand, we believe that it is somehow expected, because we believe, we think, and that is also the proof, that the sport is an area where gender equality is very often on the agenda. Perhaps because sport is action and sport is activity, and I guess someone also thinks that in sport we will move much faster than other parts of society in providing gender equality. Also regarding to the Olympic Games as a top sport event or World Games, many federations were forced to change certain rules because the top organizations were saying, we expect that you will provide certain level of gender equality in your federation. So the sport as such can move in much faster ways than other parts of society, which is good. About recommendations for the future, knowing the human philosophy and mentality and everything to that, if we will not have certain quota set up in the rules, we will not achieve this goal in the near future, because simply sometimes you need to force some organizations to do a move, and if you set a quota, that's something that you need to reach. So it is a measurable goal which will help assisting that we will do that quicker. Secondly, we strongly believe that the need of a change of financing the sport on the local level. We didn't touch the top sport and the sponsoring and marketing, but the local level, local organizations, local municipalities, local communities should promote and assist more to the gender equality at the sport clubs, because we have situations even now that women clubs or women teams have different conditions to access, let's say, the sport fields, which means that this is the part of the equality that should be solved on the local level. And as also mentioned before, media plays certain roles in this area in a way how they promote or the way how they report about sport successes and sport activities. We were mainly focused on the public televisions and public media, not the commercials one, because their agenda could be different, but public media, which is paid from the budget or from the people, from everyone, because it's a necessity, should cover all aspects of the society, and gender equality is also one of it. The single biggest barrier we see, just to continue from this part, is about the financing on the local area. So if we play by the sport rules, which for every sport are the same, and we make distinction because of the gender, as I said before, which means that the one club, one women club does not have the same access to the funding as the main club. I'm not talking because of the results, I'm not talking because of the, so we are talking about the same level of results, we're talking about the same level of fulfilling the sport criteria and the qualifications, categorization, whatever system you have in your countries, but still there is not an equality how they can access the budget and how they can access the sport fields. So this is something that we believe the mentality of in the local communities would need to change. About the actions for the future, as we said before, quotas should be implemented in the rules of the sport organizations. Public media should give more access, and more actions should be provided in a way to promote all in an equal level all sports. What we discussed at the end, but it is a fact perhaps which should go to the point number one. If the society is built approximately 50-50, which also means that in principle the taxpayers are, let's say, 50-50, which means that the taxpayers 50-50 gives the money to the budget, then the budget perhaps should give the money back through sport, also in that kind of the 50-50 system, as a return from society back to the sport. But we indicated that we believe that the pressure from above would give results, but the local communities should be the first to make the first step in financing the women and men's sport equally when they fulfill all other sport criteria. Thank you.
And last but not least, call for the fourth group.
Thank you to finally give me the floor. First, the group was composed of Austria, Portugal, Italy, and Belgium. To the answers to the first question on 3 points. First, to mirror the society, as it has been mentioned, half-half. Secondly, to develop the sport in all aspects, from participation to economical impact. Third point, to have a positive impact, included innovation on the organization and on the system, because the studies for the private sector demonstrate for a long time now that more you have women at higher position or key positions, it has a benefit for the private entities. We do not have too many studies on the sport. This is for the first question. Second question, the first point, gender representation. Second point, permanent monitoring surveys on needs and perceptions. More women require as well probably adaptations. So we need to implement more systems on monitoring and surveying on the needs and the perception of the entities, in this case, the sport organization, from the local to the worldwide level. And the third point is to have more professional management in terms of knowing people who are aware of the topics that are high on the agenda, not only gender equality, but sustainable development and others, but obviously we speak about gender equality here. So that professional management approach should include people who has knowledge and who has been in the right networks for these topics. The third question on the barriers, it is definitely for the group, and thank you for the colleagues, related to the lack of information connected with probably the lack of clearness of the target and the goals we want to reach. But first, the lack of information that goes broader than just to the little circle of the same people, woman or man, but there are more men in that circle currently. Thank you. I hope I answered to the 3 questions.
No worries.
Thank you finally to have given me the floor today.
So we will go very shortly to the final declaration of this Congress, but I was asked by Cole to take care of the conclusions of this afternoon. So this being said, and before to go to the final declaration, I will not try to summarize the summaries. It would be not fruitful. It was a very interesting afternoon, to my opinion. It helped us all to understand the recommendations of the Gender Equality Report from the European Commission 2022. But it also raised a lot of questions during the panel, during the group discussions, for the which we have to take care in the near future. This being said, we would like to suggest you to support the following declaration. And the declaration is fourfold. The first point is EFPM abhors gender inequality in sports governance, leadership, participation, employment and remuneration, misogyny, and sexual exploitation and violence against women. The second point of this declaration would be EFPM welcomes and endorses the EC report towards more gender equality 2022 and fully subscribes to all its recommendations. The third point would be EFPM urges all its members and partners to examine and endorse the report and implement relevant recommendations. And the fourth one would be EFPM supports all its members in developing and improving cooperation with all bodies, governmental and non-governmental, responsible for gender equality and education at national level, with the aim of increasing the number of women in decision-making positions in sport. My question to you all, can we go further with this declaration? Are you endorsing this declaration? Yeah? And to go to the final conclusion of this afternoon, I wrote on the slide, thank you, but I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee of this Congress. I would like to express my gratitude to our panel members, to our keynote speakers, to our group leaders, and finally to each of you for having taken part in this Congress. Thank you to all. Have a nice evening.
I take the floor for... These days we've discussed a lot of topics. Once again, thanks to everyone. It was nice to be over here with you. But I think that the person for everything we were missing, we were calling, I think he never heard his name more than he heard it these 2 days. Where is Ruggero? Where is Ruggero? Ruggero is there, you see? Now there is Ruggero. Ruggero, you did a good job. And if I say that you did a good job, it means that you did a good job. And I must say that also as a colleague of AIPS, because Ruggero, he is also an AIPS card holder. Ruggero, this is for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
As a president and from the executive committee, you are the first one to get it after 1 month from the election.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Excuse me, I want I want to say to you that I am very tired in this moment, and so I'm not so clear. But I am sure of one thing. We here yesterday and today we had a very important occasion to stay together, to reflect, to improve one idea of one more important action of the fair play promoter, of the fair play like operatori di pace. So I want to say to you thank at the name of my committee. Here is my councillor Perazzini with me, and others go out with all the materials, and I am sure that we will have a new occasion in Italy, maybe in Rome, and surely around in Europe, but I think that the next appointment, I think in Strasbourg, will be a very new occasion to have the different ideas, not different, but more and other ideas to be useful for the civil society. Thank you very much, and good return, good comeback to your home. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Un momento.